Welcome everybody to the City Center Community Committee for Monday, November 24th. With me here today is Councillor Rowlands and Councillor Orlico, and I'm Councillor Gilroy. And we will have members of our public service with us here today throughout the different hearings that we have. First up, we are in delegations. Mr. Clerk?
If we start off with the land acknowledgement and the motion for the minutes of the last meeting.
Yes, thank you for reminding me. I would like to acknowledge that we're in Treaty 1 territory in the home of the traditional lands of Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota people in the national homeland of the Red River Métis, and our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation and Treaty 3 territory, and move the minutes of the last meeting.
Aye.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Motion is carried.
Excellent. So at this time, we can go into delegations. Our first delegation joining us over Zoom is Justin Zarnowski, General Councillor Shindico, to be heard with respect to plan approval 1030 Taylor Avenue, which is report 2. Justin, just going to ask you to unmute and you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
There he is.
Hello, everyone. So I won't need my whole 5 minutes. I think we put together a pretty comprehensive package. Our intention here, so this is our Taylor development near the Walmart and the Sobeys. We're intending on doing a bit of a smaller apartment, but in the same style as the previous two, the Taylor Claire and the Taylor Lee. And so this one, because we don't have the land to do a third of the same building, we're doing just one run. It's 47 units, and it'll be in a very similar style with the Tyndall stone and the kind of grand lobby that we've done for the other ones. So other than that, I mean, I think the plans speak for themselves. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but we're excited to get started on this one in the spring.
Seeing no questions, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. So our second registered delegation, we would need a suspension of the rules for new business.
Okay, Councillor Rowlands moves.
Yep.
In favor?
Aye.
Motion's carried.
Also a suspension of the rules for these supplemental materials.
Okay. So Orlico. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion's carried.
Okay, so at this time, I will call forward Taya Richiva, Executive Director, U Multicultural Inc. Apologize if I mispronounced that. To be heard with respect to the new business item. If you'd like to come up to the front, you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Here?
That's
Yes.
That's a hot seat.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present today. My name is Taya Richiva, and I'm a founder and executive director of U Multicultural, a non-for-profit community-based TV and radio broadcaster headquartered in Winnipeg. U Multicultural is the only news station in Winnipeg that has been licensed to broadcast by the CRTC in the last 20 years. We're also the only local community TV channel in Winnipeg and non-profit ethnocultural FM radio station. We serve more than 30 ethnocultural indigenous groups. We provide not just media content, but also training, studio access, equipment to help individuals from all backgrounds share their stories, participate in media landscape. U Multicultural is also the only community-based station in Manitoba that produces content in 5 indigenous languages: Inuktitut, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, Ojibwe. We work alongside 5 community and campus licenses and only community ethnocultural television station in Manitoba. Our studio is located in downtown Winnipeg, and headquarters are within this area. I would like to address our recent experience with CIGP grant. We submitted our application on May 6, 2025, requesting $75,000 to support the development of Community Media Training Center and local TV and radio studios. This request was based on our review of community initiatives and City of Winnipeg grants issued to nonprofit organizations in previous years, including operating grants based on 2025 city budget. The review helped us to determine that our requested amount was appropriate for scale of this project. We followed up on June 19, and our first communication from the councillor's office came on August 15, advising us that our application had not been received and cannot be located. We resubmitted application and entire package immediately. The response we received indicated that there will be no support for our request coming solely from the Fort Rouge East Fort Garry allocation, and we will ask to explain which records and project we examined to determine funding amount. We responded in details and once again included all supporting documentation, engineering briefs for our TV and FM radio systems, CRTC broadcast licenses, equipment and installation quotes, rooftop tower drawings, full project proposals, and completed application form. Throughout September and October, we followed up multiple times but did not receive further direction or a decision. On October 31st, with no progress, we began reaching out to other wards for possible support. However, we learned that at this point, all budget has been already allocated. This experience raises several concerns that I hope that committee can help to clarify. So first question is, where are the CIGP results posted? As we cannot see them online. Second, what is the formal process when when an application submitted by a non-for-profit organization is misplaced by the city? In this case, the delay significantly impacted our ability to seek support from other wards. Third, if our ward councillor is not supportive, what is the formal procedure for submitting a citywide initiative that serves the entire city, not just one ward? If we choose to apply again next year, how should we proceed to ensure our application is considered fairly and appropriately? We also seek guidance on how U Multicultural can establish an operational agreement with the City of Winnipeg. As the only community media center with a CRTC license in more than 2 decades, we believe it is essential for Winnipeg to have strong local community-driven media organization that supports diversity, accessibility, youth training, integration, reconciliation, and Indigenous voices. We also have plans to launch the dedicated Indigenous TV channel in Winnipeg, independent and community-based. We believe U Multicultural is unique and essential public resource for Winnipeg and civic landscape, and the project fills the gap that existed for 20 years. For these reasons, we hope the city will support this initiative and help us ensure that future applications and processes are fair and efficient. Thank you for your time and consideration, and all questions are welcome. Thank you. And I have Paul Bruganti, our chair, with us, so he will be able to answer questions as well, and he can join the session.
Questions? I don't have any questions, but I'll commit to answering the questions in an email. I will note for the record, this is that CIGP results are posted, that there is a formal process between the clerk's and counselor's office when an application is submitted. There are a great deal of asks for the community grants, that in my ward, a licensed radio station isn't among the priorities. For right now, the duration of consideration was that I was thinking about it, but it's amongst a great deal of priorities. And I will note also, for the record, when a councillor is not supported to a Fort Rouge East Fort Garry allocation, the formal procedure for submitting a citywide initiative is that you need to apply to every ward. But it isn't formalized insofar as it's an option for you, but that doesn't mean that clerks, given your address, won't then still continue to put it into the Fort Rouge East Fort Garry ward because of your address. So for instance, there is a large regional hospital in Councillor Gilroy's ward called the Health Science Center that serves all of Manitoba, just like, and I guess the question is, your radio station serves all of Manitoba, yes?
TV and radio,
All of Manitoba.
yes.
So there's a large regional hospital that serves all of Manitoba. And I'm not sure if the Health Science Center has approached Councillor Gilroy for $75,000. But you know, for what might be the Winnipeg portion of her ward. But if you choose to apply again next year, in terms of proceeding, and there's continual intake. So there's nothing stopping you from applying every month other than the relationship with the local counselor. I will note it was only following the application in my ward in several months intervals that then I saw an email to all of council inviting them for a tour. And at the time of application, I don't believe the license had been in place. And the application was also for towers and technical equipment for the startup. So this is a novel application. We don't get radio stations and television stations every day. And it's also one that is new. So I wish you all the best. I'll answer your email in a better detail. But you did receive a note from my office, and you're receiving it again here. I could reiterate it again in the email, but I will note that I'm happy to tour, and I think I said I would. I put it in my calendar with my assistant to look at touring in the new year. When you're new, and I have so many demands on my time, and so many demands on the CIGP portion of my grant, it's very important to make an introduction. And a tour is often very helpful if you're asking someone for $75,000. And I know that all of council got the offer of the tour. I don't know if all of council through the chair had the $75,000 request yet. So that is a bit of a response. It's not question and answer time, Madam Chair. So thank you for allowing me to answer the questions. But that's what I'd like to say for the record.
I think maybe too, there might be when you're talking about the City of Winnipeg wide grants, there's ward grants, but there's actually City of Winnipeg grants that really it's the mayor that dictates that through the budget process. And so the best for that size, that's a large ask for like a ward. So you might want to kind of talk with the mayor and try to see if you can get on the city-wide grant, because that kind of request is very I don't even see that amount in those in the city budget. That's a lot of money. So just so you're aware, that's a lot of money for one ward. So I just want to let you know, but I think you might be referring to the city grants that the city provides, and that's through the mayor's budget process. Yeah.
Can I make a note?
Sure.
I just wanted to comment that we operate since 2019 for 6 years in Winnipeg as a media training center, and we've been licensed at the time of the application. So the CRTC license is posted on the CRTC website for both television and FM radio services. So TV and FM broadcast is a portion of our organization, it's a part of our operations, right? So that's why we ask for some support to buy the transmission equipment or cover the services of engineer who would draw the.
Have you asked the province for any money?
We've applied from the ground up.
Yeah.
And we only been successful for $10,000.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I also sorry about that. Just wanted to clarify what would be the procedure of making an agreement with the City of Winnipeg, because the media is very
We'll
important.
do that off. It's not a question and answer
Okay.
time. So
Sounds
what
good.
we're going to do is, if you have more questions on that, I would encourage you to go see the mayor and try to figure out how you get on those grants.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for
Okay.
your time.
Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye. And what's the next step?
That concludes delegations.
Okay. All right, so
One.
Number one, okay, all in favor? Citizen appointments, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion's carried. Okay, and now we're on to plan approval for 1030 Taylor.
So approved. So much. Yes.
Okay,
Whatever.
all in favor?
Aye.
Motion's carried. Okay, now we're on to item 3, extension of time for subdivision rezoning on John Brebeuf Place.
Rise. So moved.
Okay, all in favor?
Copy one.
Okay, all in favor?
Yep.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay,
Aye.
motion's carried. All right, and community fund grant for Assiniboine Park Hockey Association.
Yeah, I got lobbied. So I'll do 250
Okay,
from ours.
So will I.
all in favor?
Aye.
Motion is carried. Okay, so now we'll just adjourn for a little bit, not adjourn, but we'll
We
just,
do have the addendum report.
oh, we do have an addendum.
Refit.
Oh, that's right.
Manitoba
Okay.
Cardiac Institute Refit Center.
Yeah, so the reason this one's mine, this is interesting because we've been working on this, 3-4 years now, I think, with the Refit Center. So this is a very exciting change that's going on at the Refit Center. Therapy with pools, it's pretty impressive. However, when we met with them, I said your frontage looks terrible. Off Taylor and Waverly, and they want to do a walking kind of area for that. And I said, well, if you actually take some land and do that and make it trees and make it more walking oriented for the seniors and other people with the heart issues there, I could support that. And therefore they did it. So I'll be happy to support this.
Just a suspension of the rules as it is a new business item.
Right. Suspend the rules.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion's carried.
On the motion itself.
And move the community incentive grant. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion's carried. And do I have motions?
Yeah, would you like to move those two new business items now? At this time?
You're two, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Just a minute. I
You check?
haven't read them.
Yeah, maybe.
You sent them around, Cindy?
Yeah,
I can resend them if you'd
you'll
like.
be
Oh,
supported.
no, I got them, sorry.
You will be supported. All right, Cindy has spoken.
No, I know.
I know she will too, but it was funny. You will. Wow, Cindy's strong.
Is it just the one?
Two.
That's Grant West End Biz and that.
No, the UN Safe Cities funding.
Yeah, I see it.
And Spence,
Spence neighborhood, yeah.
they've cut this funding for Spence Neighborhood Association too.
Okay. So move.
Well,
Both of them?
New business first.
New business
Okay,
motion, so moved.
move the new business
do
items.
it, Phil.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion's carried and Councilor Rowlands moves my motions. All in favor?
Aye.
And then,
Okay.
yeah, understood. Both will be recommendations up to the Executive Policy Committee. And if I could also just get a motion for the verbal report on the CIGP related to the U Multicultural TV and FM broadcaster to be received as information.
Yeah,
Thank you. Okay.
All right.
Good.
That was
See you back.
moved. Okay, and so now we'll be back at 10:30.
Yeah.
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody, for the public hearing portion of today's meeting. First up, there's a zoning agreement amendment at 540 and 550 Kenniston Boulevard, and I'll leave it to the clerk.
You just start with the land acknowledgement?
Will we do that again?
Correct.
Oh,
Once we restart the
sorry.
hearings.
Sorry, we've got to do our land acknowledgement. I'd like to acknowledge that we're in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota people, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis. And we get our drinking water from Shoal Lake 40 First Nations in Treaty 3 territory.
In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, the process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application. Next, those registered in opposition are heard, followed by those registered for information. Finally, the applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made, however, no new information is permitted. Please note that when your name is called, it's your opportunity to speak, however, you are not obligated to do so. For a more in-depth overview of the public hearing process and other information pertaining to what happens before, during, and after a public hearing, please consult the City Clerk's Department website. Please note that all public hearings are recorded and will be a part of the public record. Should you have any questions after the hearings have concluded, please contact the City Clerk's Department. Item 1 is a zoning agreement amendment at 540 and 550 Kenniston Boulevard under file ZAA 7/2025. The process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application, those registered in opposition, and those registered for information. The applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made, however, no new information is permitted. Speakers will be permitted 5 minutes for their presentations. All participants in the Zoom meeting have been muted and will only be permitted to speak when called upon. At this time, I'll turn it over to the administration for a brief overview.
Right. The site is located at the southeast corner of Kennison Boulevard and Grant Avenue in the Mathers neighborhood of the River Heights Fort Garry ward. It is currently zoned C3, Commercial Corridor District. It is in an established neighborhood, mature community policy area. And currently on the site is a grocery store, a gas bar, and an outdoor garden center. The applicant is proposing a restaurant and accessory drive-through to be located around the northwest corner of the subject site. The building would be a one-story restaurant with a drive-through running along the east, north, and west sides of the building. In order to accommodate a restaurant use or drive-through use, amendments to the zoning agreement are required. So I will go through the 3 amendments that the applicant has applied for, as well as one additional amendment that the Public Service has recommended. So the first amendment is clause 3. The current clause states, the land and any building or structure on it shall be restricted to the following uses: supermarket/department store, including accessory and ancillary uses, and a gas bar. The Public Service is recommending deleting this clause and replacing it with the following: that the land in any building or structure on it shall be restricted to the following uses: supermarket/department store, including accessory and ancillary uses, gas bar, and restaurant and accessory drive-through. So just the 1 additional use, or the 2 additional uses to accommodate the drive-through. Next is clause 6, which currently states that no fascia signage shall be permitted on the east and south walls of the supermarket or principal building, and no freestanding signage shall be located between the east wall of the supermarket building and the east property limit. The Public Service is recommending deleting this clause and replacing it with the following: that no fascia signage shall be permitted on the east and south walls of the supermarket building, and no freestanding signage shall be located between the east wall of the supermarket building and the east property limit. So that has the effect of enabling signage for the drive-through, but maintaining all the restrictions for the grocery store. Clause 10 currently states that no business shall be conducted on the land except between the hours of 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. The Public Service is recommending deleting this clause and replacing it with the following: except for restaurants and accessory drive-throughs, no business shall be conducted on the land except between the hours of 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. So similarly, it maintains the business hour restrictions except for the drive-through, which is located further away from the residential uses. And then there is one new clause that the Public Service is recommending to be added to the zoning agreement. And this was prepared in consultation with Public Works, which recommends adding that no buildings or structures be permitted west or north of the hatched line as shown on Appendix A associated with this file. And this is intended to accommodate space for the planned Kennison widening in the future to make sure that the restaurant does not build in that space. In addition to this application, there is a conditional use that is required. And the conditional use is required because there are use-specific standards that apply to drive-throughs. And the applicant is proposing building or not adhering to the use-specific standards specifically. And specifically, they are looking to build the drive-through within the required 25-foot front yard. And so they need a conditional use. It's a bit of an oddity in our development procedures bylaw, where typically, with a DASZ, for example, if there was a conditional use, they would be combined as part of one public hearing. But with zoning agreement amendments, they are not combined. And so the conditional use goes to the director, not to the committee. The Public Service, depending on what the committee and council decide to do with this zoning agreement amendment, if it were approved, the Public Service would expect to approve the conditional use application. But the conditional use application could not go forward if the committee did not amend the zoning agreement to enable a drive-through here. And then the last thing is that the zoning agreement currently has a plan approval to the City Center Community Committee, and that has not been applied to be changed. So again, assuming that the committee and council approved the zoning agreement amendment and the conditional use was approved, the final plans would have to come back to City Center for approval. And that concludes my summary. Happy to answer any questions.
I have some questions. Yep, go ahead.
So right now, the building is for a drive-through.
Right.
And do you expect that not to change?
The use specifically, or the particulars of the building as shown?
Oh,
Fair enough.
A and B.
The use we would expect to be the same. The public service has been in conversations with the applicant and has requested some changes as part of recognizing that it's a fairly the way the grant is laid out is that at the intersection of Keniston and Grant, it's pretty auto oriented, and then it steps down into a less auto focused arterial as you move along the as you go east. And so with that in mind, a drive-through we feel is compatible with the area, but we would be looking for some changes to orient the building towards Grant and to some architectural features. And so we're currently in conversations with the applicant. And then as shown on the drawings there for Appendix A, under Report 1 there, the building would not be able to be built in that specific location. It will have to move a little bit east in order to accommodate the setback. So we'd expect some architectural changes and some site plan changes.
Yet, okay, that explains that part. What you do have though is both the inclusion of the drive-through, but you also anticipate a restaurant in your language, proposed language.
Oh, I understand what you're saying.
Yes,
Thanks for the clarification.
you're welcome.
So they are, the zoning bylaw breaks them apart into two separate uses, a drive-through and a restaurant. We understand from the letter of intent that this is intended to be a drive-through only restaurant. But in order to have a drive-through, you'd have to have a restaurant enabled as well. Yeah. A restaurant could be a standalone use. A drive-through couldn't function without the restaurant. And so that's why they're both there.
So there's a berm, a little bit of a hill-ish type feature that elevates that corner a bit and masks the parking lot. That parking lot is extremely tight. Can you discuss, you provided a bit of a discussion about in your verbal comments, a little bit more in the report with respect to the residential and how auto oriented it is. That parking lot, if you've never experienced it, is one of the worst designed parking lots I've ever experienced. It's among them. So talk to me about adding more to that parking lot. And is it, for instance, going to be completely redesigned?
So
And the masking to the community, sorry, because it goes up in a little berm
yes,
and it looks like it's zero facing now at the corner here.
right at the intersection corner, correct? Yes. So regarding the design of the parking lot, our standards would be that the applicant or the property owner needs to maintain the minimum required number of parking stalls for all uses on the site. And this was circulated with Public Works, and one of the concerns being, would there be an impact traffic-wise on Grant or on Keniston? And the answer came back that no, it would be an issue in the parking lot long before it was an issue on the city's infrastructure. So if there are issues with traffic flow in the parking lot, to some extent, it is not, the public service can't step in and say that you can't do this for your own parking lot. If the applicant is confident that it will be functional, that's up to them. We would be more so concerned with the impacts on adjacent properties and city infrastructure. And so that's why there's, to the comments about the design of the parking lot, this is not something as long as they're meeting the bylaw requirements, that we would recommend against. Regarding the berm, there is an expectation in the future drawings. So Public Works is if there's I know the applicant is currently working with Public Works about the design to make sure that I know that there's some landscaping that's going to be required and fencing to ensure that there's no impact on headlights onto the intersection itself. I believe that there is still a bit of an elevation change that Public Works is expecting, but again, those are conversations that are ongoing in the next design, and they would be shown on the plan approval as well. And depending on what the committee wants to do with this, we can always, of course, include or note that in addition to the work that is ongoing with Public Works, that the committee is concerned about X, Y, and Z, and would like to see that in the drawings that come forward as part of the plan approval, and that can be addressed there as well.
Is Public Works available?
I will double check. I know they're available for another file on this one, and I will see if they're available with this one.
And where do you see, like, you've got trees and okay. Just wondering if Public Works is available.
Trying to comment was in the Zoom lobby?
No, it's the same line.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we can move on.
With that in mind, would it be possible to, if you're wanting to hear from Public Works before making a decision on it, we can try and get them and maybe do another report first and come back to this one?
We do have speakers on this file as well.
We do.
Yeah, we have other speakers, so like in the fullness of time, they've heard my questions. So.
Okay, they come back in time?
Yeah.
All right, we'll move on to the delegations then.
Okay, so at this time, we'll call forward the applicant, Lilith Howelder. Apologies if I mispronounced that. If you can come forward, you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation. After you state your name, you can just come up to the front there and have a seat.
I texted them.
Okay, thanks.
All right, can you hear me okay? Perfect. Good morning, members of council. My name is Lilith Holder, and I'm an urban planner with Arcadis and the applicant for the proposed zoning agreement amendment to allow for an establishment of a drive-through restaurant on 540 and 550 Kenniston Boulevard, which is an existing commercially zoned site. I'm presenting today on behalf of our client, McDonald's Restaurants of Canada, and the landowner, Choice Properties. This site is in the southeast corner of Kenniston Boulevard and Grant Avenue, within the Kenniston area and Mathers neighborhood. It's currently zoned C3 Commercial Corridor District, the purpose of which is to provide commercial goods and services in areas that are dependent on car access. Other uses on this site include a grocery store, gas bar, and an outdoor garden center. The development is adjacent to Grant Avenue to the north and Kenniston Boulevard to the west, which the Public Works Department has informed us is slated for expansion in the future. To the south is a residential multifamily site separated by a buffer of a fence, trees, and an alley. And to the east is the continuation of the commercial site and the superstore. The current caveat on site is from 2003, which is the subject of today's public hearing. It restricts commercial uses to supermarket and accessory uses, as well as a gas bar. Along with the recommendation of city administration, we are proposing to amend the caveat to also allow for the drive-through restaurant. To align with the restaurant's operational model, we also propose to amend the restrictive signage clause to only be applicable to the supermarket, as it was put in place due to the existing low density of residential to the east. The proposed drive-through restaurant is at the corner of two major roadways, significantly further away and visually separated from the low density residential area, minimizing any negative impacts on the neighbors. Further, we are proposing to amend an existing clause restricting hours of operation on site, making the clause applicable only to the existing supermarket and gas bar, both of which are closer to the low density of residential to the east. As mentioned before, due to the proposed drive-through restaurant being situated at the corner of two major roadways and situated away from residential, 24/7 operations are not foreseen to have any negative impacts to the adjacent neighbors, given the distance and visual obstructions in place, which are the superstore and the to the east and the trees and the solid fence to the south. Lastly, our team is working with city administration to add a new clause, as we have recently learned from the Public Works Department that Kenaston Boulevard will be expanded in the future. The clause will restrict any structure being put within the footprint of the future road expansion. Our team is looking at the preliminary design of the roadway and revisiting the site design. The changes will likely include the shifting of the building and drive-through about 3 meters to the east, an addition of landscaping elements along Grant, and an addition of a fence to prevent vehicle headlights from shining onto the intersection as they go into the drive-through. An updated site plan will be available with the forthcoming plan approval and the conditional use applications, which will be presented to this committee. In conclusion, we are seeking to amend the existing caveat to allow for a drive-through restaurant on a site that is already zoned to allow for a much wider range of commercial uses. This will allow the site to be developed consistently with other C3 zone properties in this area, adding to the pedestrian realm. I would like to highlight that the rules within the caveat with restrictions to hours of operation and signage will remain the same for the existing buildings, and the proposed amendments will only apply to the drive-through restaurant, which is situated further away from low-density residential. Further, the caveat will restrict any commercial uses other than restaurants, supermarkets, and gas bars to be located on site. City administration has confirmed that this application is in alignment with all applicable statutory plans and is consistent with the current municipal policies in place, such as Complete Communities 2.0 and our Winnipeg 2045. Thank you for your time, and I'm looking forward to answering your questions if you have any.
Questions?
Just one on the hours of use. 8 to 10, why not midnight or 24-hour? I don't understand that. It's McDonald's.
So the McDonald's, the proposed McDonald's is proposed to
deleted.
operate 24/7.
It is, okay.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm reading clause 10 and C part, and it says to be deleted, and then it says 24 hours. Okay. The 8 to 10 was confusing me. Sorry. Thanks for clarifying.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Our next speaker in support of the application is Jeff Topping. Jeff, if you'd like to come forward, you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation after you state your name.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having us here today. My name is Jeff Topping from McDonald's Restaurants of Canada, and I hold a position as Director of Strategic Planning, and wanted to speak in support of the amendment to the caveat today in order to allow us to bring a unique drive-through restaurant to the city of Winnipeg. As many of you know, McDonald's Restaurants of Canada have been a strong community partner in Winnipeg, operating a number of restaurants across the city, employing not only youth, but adults only, in many cases, first-time jobs for youth. The restaurant that we're building, or proposing to build, is the first outside of the U.S. In Canada, first outside of the U.S. in the world, as a drive-through only restaurant with the ability to service delivery as well. So I thought it'd be good just to add a little bit of context to what we're doing and why we're passionate about what we're proposing today, because it is a unique opportunity for the city of Winnipeg and for McDonald's Restaurants of Canada and our owner-operators. As you've heard through the comments, we are very, very willing to work with the city, Public Works, on how that is situated on the property to make proper sense for the use of land. The changes to design, landscaping, etc. We're working very closely with Public Works to make sure this is the right fit for the community and that we both benefit from what we're proposing here today. Happy to answer any questions that you may have of me or McDonald's Restaurants while we're here. I thank you for your time.
I don't see any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our final registered speaker in support of the application is Amit Kapoor. If you'd like to come forward, you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Thank you very much. My name is Amit Kapoor, I'm a local franchisee. I live in the community. The reason I'm here today is basically, again, repeating some of what Jeff actually said, is that I wanted to highlight the fact that this is the first prototype of on-the-go restaurants in Canada, right? So there's only 2 other locations, and both of them are in the US. One is in Texas, one is in California. It took a lot to get this prototype out here. And the intention of this prototype actually is actually to put it into a busy corner, a smaller square footage to serve guests so that they don't have to drive further, right? If this prototype works, if it becomes successful, it will put Winnipeg on the roadmap, right? There's a lot of media attention which will go behind this. In fact, there'll be a lot of corporate people who would come out here, who would learn from this experience. And I know, you know what, drive-through, when we say drive-through only restaurants, it might confuse because McDonald's is always perceived to be drive-through. This is a restaurant, again, a small square footage, just about 2,000 square foot or so, where nobody can actually walk in, right? This is exclusively a drive-through only restaurant, almost something like, I don't want to say like a cloud kitchen, but something of that sort, where it's going to be an easy traffic coming in, easy traffic going out. So there's not anybody who's walking in, or you will see pedestrians coming or going in the pathways. There's no parking which is going to be utilized because we are not going to be parking cars, or guests aren't going to be coming in. So it's going to be a regular flow of traffic coming in and going out. So I'm extremely passionate about this. We've been trying to work this. There's about 1,500 sites in Canada, but it was Winnipeg, it was Kineston brand, which we looked into for the simple reason it's a busy location. And if this works, then there could be smaller square footage of McDonald's. That's what I want to present. And, you know, all said and done, this is also local employment. A McDonald's, a regular traditional McDonald's will almost employ about 80 full-time, part-time people. Something of this sort will actually have about 60 local people or local students, local kids working for us. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you.
With respect to the business plan, is this a net new in the franchise, or should we be worried about closures of other McDonald's, given the stats that you just presented, that it is slightly more efficient model?
The way this actually works is the way they choose the sites is they try to look into that it is between 2 traditional restaurants. So if you see that there's one restaurant towards Brand, and there's another one which is towards Charleswood. So this is basically, it won't close any of the restaurants, but at least it won't, we are just trying to actually fill a spot where you don't really have to be a big traditional restaurants, right? We have a small square footage. You have traditional restaurants which can actually serve the community, serve people coming in, serve kids coming in from the schools and everything. But a site where you don't really have to build a big restaurant, small square footage, this is where it gets plugged in.
So it's a net add, you're
It's
saying?
a net add,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank
for
you.
your presentation.
So that concludes those pre-registered to speak. Just to confirm, is there anyone else in the gallery who would like to speak in support of the application? Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to the application? And is there anyone who would like to speak for information on the application? Seeing none, we could move to questions for the administration.
I'm good.
Good? Okay, seeing no questions?
See it again.
Okay.
Yeah. Ready to go?
Yeah.
Report of Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion's carried.
You see the public reputations be included.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion's carried.
Recommendation Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and forward to the Executive Policy Committee via the priority rezoning process.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Yeah, supporting reasons. This unfortunately for the applicant had some interesting journey the applicant had on this development. It's a very unique one. So it has taken a while to get here. So I have been very aware of this development for quite a while. And really it lies down to the fact, do they have enough parking? Yes, they do. Even with this McDonald's, the parking is, there is enough, they have more than ample parking. I was quite surprised to see that too, but they do. So this is really up to the superstore who decided they're agreed to this. So it's really, that's the private land. It doesn't have the impact on the traffic that we were concerned about. I was at least. I do think it's going to be interesting, that parking lot, but that's really the superstore's issue at this point. The idea, what are the ones we have on it? Yeah, it's an interesting idea that they're putting forward. I definitely don't disagree with that. But I think they've done their due diligence enough to try to fit this in. They talked about the theory about why they're moving to this new model. All good. It's not really germane to me as a land use person, but that's fine. But they're very passionate about it. I give them credit for that. While you know there may be some concerns about the flow of parking and all the other goodies that are going to happen in this area, my major concern was, of course, as always is, what are the residents going to feel about this? So they are aware of it. Then we have no people here today in opposition. So on that basis, I'm easily able to support this one.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion's carried.
That the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion's carried.
Please note that the committee has made a recommendation on this matter that will now proceed to council. No further representations are permitted, and all persons registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered by council. The next one?
Next.
Excellent.
Next, go ahead.
Item 2 is a subdivision and rezoning at land located at 1350 and 1360 Pembina Highway and 969 and 975 Dowker Avenue under file DASZ 32/2025. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, this is a combined hearing, and the following items will also be heard at the same time. Namely, item 3 is a variance at land located at 1350 and 1360 Pembina Highway and 969 and 975 Dowker Avenue under file DAV 212375/2025D. Please note communications were received in support of and in opposition to the matter, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. The process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application, those registered in opposition, and those registered for information. The applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made. However, no new information is permitted. Speakers will be permitted 5 minutes for their presentations. At this time, I'll turn it over to the administration for a brief overview.
This site includes 4 different properties and a proposed new right-of-way / rear lane. The proposed development areas are located at the west side of the subject sites, between Pembina Highway to the west and the school and parking area for the pool to the east. The site is located in the Crescent Park neighborhood of the Fort Rouge East Fort Garry ward. The properties fronting Pembina Highway, which are proposed lots 1 and 2, are located in a regional mixed-use corridor policy area as identified in Complete Communities 2.0. And the properties not fronting Pembina Highway, which are proposed lots 3 and 4, are located in an established neighborhood mature community policy area of Complete Communities 2.0. All of the lots are zoned PR3, Parks and Recreation, regional citywide. Proposed lot 1 is occupied by the former police station. Proposed lot 1 also includes a monument, which is proposed to be relocated to proposed lot 2, which is the library. Proposed lot 3 is occupied by the existing Vincent Massey Collegiate, and proposed lot 4 is occupied by the existing Fort Garry Lions outdoor pool and the associated park area. The primary intent of the application is to enable a mixed-use commercial and affordable housing development on proposed lot 1, 1350 Pembina Highway, a former police station. And for this, the Public Service is recommending support of the rezoning of that property to the CMU, Commercial Mixed Use and Malls and Corridors PDO. Future development will be required to comply with regulations contained in the Winnipeg zoning bylaw, or additional approvals would be needed. In addition to the future development on proposed lot 1, a new public right-of-way is proposed. So this would run parallel to Pembina Highway, connecting Dowker Avenue at the south to Pembina Highway north of proposed lot 1. It would take land from all the proposed lots to accommodate the lane, and it would formalize the drop-off and pickup area that is used for school buses and vehicles at the west side of Vincent Massey Collegiate. In addition to the subdivision and rezoning, there are variances that are required. These are all maintenance variances that are being prompted by the redrawing of lot lines. So the 3 variances are for the maintenance of an existing commercial building located on proposed lot 2 to permit a rear yard of 20 feet instead of 25 feet. Again, there's no change to the building. It's just a matter of the lot lines changing. Similarly, for the maintenance of an accessory parking area on proposed lot 2 to permit parking spaces accessed directly off a lane instead of driveway or parking aisle. And the last variance is for the maintenance of an accessory parking area on the proposed public reserve to permit parking spaces accessed directly off a lane instead of driveway or parking aisle. The subdivision and rezoning application, the development on the former police station would require plan approval to the community committee. It's not a condition of this report, but as part of the lands having been declared surplus, I believe in 2024, one of the associated motions required plan approval for all of those sites. And so the final plans of development would be expected at this community committee. The Public Service is recommending approval of the variances and the DASZ. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
You're good. You're good.
Okay, we'll move on.
Okay, so at this point, we'll call the applicant forward. Mike Lennon, you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation. If I could just get you to screen share as well on Zoom, just so everyone can see.
I will just have to make one other comment, maybe after they're finished. There was a typo in the public service report, and I will draw the committee's attention to that after that, just to correct that.
All right. Thank you for having us, councillors, and good morning. I'm Mike Lennon. I'm Program Support Specialist with the Housing Accelerator Fund team, and this is Lissy Rappaport. She's the half manager. Today we're talking about, what we're talking about today is a decision for a subdivision and rezoning application and for an associated variances with this application. You can see the properties affected here. Primarily, this is 1350 Pembina Highway. It's the former police station. And this building, some of these changes with the subdivision are going to affect adjacent properties as well. So I'm going to go through that. So this is just showing the rezoning, what's going to change in the land. On the left is the current configuration. On the right is the proposed configuration. And you can see there's a proposed public lane there in the back, and that's the primary change in these lot lines here. We're also going to be requesting rezoning from PR3, that's Parks and Recreation Regional, to CMU, Commercial Mixed Use, and PDO1, Malls and Corridors for the subject property at 1350 Pembina Highway. The other parcels are going to remain PR3. There's also a variance, 3 variances that are for the distance of the new proposed back lane to the library building and parking off the lane. In addition to the community center property. So that's parking off the lane for the library building and 969 Dougherty Community Center property. So why develop at 1350 Pembina Highway? Winnipeg's in a housing crisis. Prices are going up a lot, and as you've seen, there's a lot of publicity on that these days. Council also identified 1350 Pembina Highway as a priority site for affordable housing last September. And the location is an ideal location, being across the street from a supermarket, multiple transit routes, a high school, community center, pool, library adjacent, and a whole bunch of commercial retail along this strip. As you're probably quite familiar with the Housing Accelerator Fund, some of the goals under the Housing Accelerator Fund are to create 14,101 units by December 2026, including 1,354 affordable housing units. So this project will contribute towards both of those goals. The Land Enhancement Office within the Housing Accelerator Fund is leading this initiative. Just to give some policy context, there's multiple policies in multiple city documents that this rezoning application and proposed development would comply with. And also, just to note, the zoning proposed to be malls and corridors. I guess the zoning allows for a lot more greater density and design context. It also allows the CMU zoning would allow for ground floor commercial or amenity uses. I'm just going to note that along most of Pembina, this region of Pembina has been rezoned malls and corridors PDO1. However, land zoned for parks were not changed over to malls and corridors. So this is just, part of this is to switch this land to rezone it to malls and corridors to fit in with the adjacent Pembina parcels as well. The vision for this property is we went through a public process, to EOI process to select the proponent. We're changing an existing vacant building that's been vacant since 2013 to a mixed income multifamily residential building, goal of 144 units currently, at least 30% of which would be affordable housing units. It's an Indigenous owned development. There would be commercial and amenity space, commercial or amenity space on the main floor. And off-site improvements will be having a wider impact. And this includes a new proposed public lane behind the subject property in front of the school. We're also adding parking spaces to adjacent community center property when reconfiguring these lines. And we're upgrading sewage capacity for the area. Who is involved? Broken Head Ojibwe Nation will lead the development. What's going to happen is the city is leading the rezoning process.
Extension of 2 minutes.
Move the extension, all in favor?
City is leading the rezoning. Upon approval, the city would be transferring the lands and the proponent would be in charge of developing and designing the building. Just to note, we spoke extensively with the school division and the school back and forth on lane design. We also sent an email to all the parents of Business at Massey Collegiate to notify them of these changes along with the webpage. Just showing the zoning context around here. The city-owned lands on the right of Pembina are those in green, and so those are all PR3. Parks and Recreation Regional, that includes the library, school, community center. Along this stretch of Pembina, it's mostly C2, so that's commercial. So just to show some of the adjacent properties, there's an 11-story hotel directly adjacent to the proposed subject property. About 800 meters south, there's another building that has 82 units built last year, zoned RMU. And there's some other smaller scale buildings to the south of this with significant massing, but 3 stories high, and that's 49 units at 1430 Pembina. And then 2 others properties a little bit south of that, 1462 and 72 Pembina. So there's a lot of multifamily residential along this stretch. So for the site plan, we're proposing, this will be a positive addition to street level. There's going to be commercial and amenity space. Building designs must be approved by community committee. So this is not the last time you're going to see this. It's going to come back with a final plan. Parking and vehicular access will be located behind the building, access from the proposed new public lane. Public Works is going to determine the access routes for construction to make sure there's minimal disruption. There's going to be boulevard improvements. Could I get 2 more minutes? 1. Okay.
Okay, just I want to make sure we get this right. All in favor?
Keep focused. Yeah.
All in favor?
Yes.
Okay, motion's carried.
So the front boulevard is going to be restored. There's going to be a formalized pathway between the library and the proposed subject property. If you look at this map here, I'm just going to show you, this is the proposed subject property. Here's the lane and what portions of the city lands are going to contribute to the lane. On the right side, you have some parking that's going to be added to the community center site. And this is just showing the location of the proposed path between the buildings. Here's the sewage capacity upgrades. Part of this project will be to improve Crane Street sewage capacity. And next steps will be to finalize the application, draft a sales agreement to the proponent. The city is going to construct the back lane and sewage upgrades. This is going to council this week on November 27th. And then the developers are going to finalize the design concept and return to community committee for design review. They will be in charge of applying for the development permit and building permit. And that concludes my presentation.
Any questions? Councilor Ilko?
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'm a little, again, you can clarify for me. If not, I can ask administration after. probably won't be asking the half team who's sitting on the administration and the applicant. I find that very odd. There's the half of the applicant. This is our administration team. But we also have the half coordinator here as well on the administration side. So it's a little, I'll be directing my conversations to the half team and then to the administration. So my question for you though is, and you may not know this, but again, playing two hats a little bit. Are you taking parkland away and rezoning parkland?
There's no reduction in parkland. So this is zoned parkland.
Yes.
It's a former police station. It's a mostly parking lot in an old building.
Right.
So this is not used as parkland.
This is zoning.
Correct.
The zoning itself, is that what you're talking about? It's my point where I'm getting to quite quickly is if we're disposing or rezoning public land or parkland, does that not require 2/3?
It has to be under use as parkland. It's in the charter. It's basically, and this might be up to the public administration to speak
Absolutely
on.
not your concern. I'll talk to them after about
Okay.
that one. That's fine. You went by a little fast. I know we all have the 5 minutes and you got a little bit longer. So there you have to really cram it in and that's the council decision that happened there. How many units are going to be affordable of the 144 units?
That's 30%. I don't have the number exactly right here, but 30% of the 144. And so that was a requirement in the EOI. So minimum 30%. That's actually 43 units.
43? Oh, thank you very
Yeah.
much. Of those units, and again, we always have these interesting discussions about what is affordable. What is this CMHC affordable? Just
Yeah.
so is that
And so minimum affordability criteria are to meet the below 80% MMR, median market rent for the area. And that's the minimum requirement. So they could go deeper affordability.
yeah, thank you. That's all I got. Thanks very much.
Any other questions? Seeing none, that's it. Thank you.
So our only other registered speaker today was Alyssa Rappaport. Alyssa, are you going to be presenting today?
No, nothing further to add.
Okay. So I look to the gallery. Is there anyone else here to speak in support of this application? Is there anyone else to speak in opposition to the application? And is there anyone to speak for information on the application? Seeing none, we could have questions for the public service.
I have none.
Okay.
I'm going to ask a question. I'm not sure why. So how?
It's 2/3. It's 2/3.
Yeah, so how is this gonna play? It's, let's say whatever happens today, if it gets approved or not, but let's hypothetically it does it require a 2/3 voted council?
The land was declared surplus at the September 26, 2024 meeting of council. This was part of the broader half
I remember the meeting. Yeah.
process. And so this was one of the sites that was declared surplus at that time, meaning that at this point it's surplus. It's just a matter of rezoning the land to, well, for the intents of
So
the
if we
application.
declare, just clarify then, so if we declare land surplus and it's a park, it loses that protection of 2/3.
Yes, that's my understanding of it.
So yeah, so we okay, I just want to make sure I know what's going on here. All right. That's my only question. So thank you very much.
Can I make one comment to
We're smithing.
draw attention? Yes,
Right.
exactly. Yes, the administration made an error. My apologies for that. In Appendix B of the report of the administrative coordinating group, where we, under Section 2 plan considerations, we've currently worded it as the proposed public lane and public lane widening shall be legally opened as right of way as shown on map 2 to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works. What it should actually say is all the intent is the same, but it should be legally opened as right of way as shown on Schedule B of the DAS at 32/2025. That's the map.
Okay, schedule not map. Okay,
Okay.
good. Go ahead. I'm good.
All right. Seeing no other questions, I guess bring the applicant
At
back.
this time, you could hear rebuttal.
Do you have any rebuttals?
On what you heard?
No, nothing to add.
Okay.
So this time we can move into motions.
Okay, I move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
I move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All in favor? Carried.
I move that in accordance with subsection 2473 of the City of Winnipeg Charter, the variance is consistent with Plan Winnipeg and any applicable secondary plan does not create a substantial adverse effect on the amenities, use, safety, and convenience of the adjoining property and adjacent area, including an area separated from the property by a street or waterway, is the minimum modification of the zoning bylaw required to relieve the injurious effects of the zoning bylaw on the applicant's property and is compatible with the area in which the property to be affected is situated. Since 2013, this has been a property that needed to be put into better use. And I can't think of a better use than moving a police station to affordable housing with a treaty partner, the Broken Head Ojibwe Nation. This will be 144 units for housing need, Indigenous owned, and that we're doing crane, sewage, infrastructure is so very much needed. In addition, it's compatible with the neighborhood it's been situated, and I want to thank the public service who, and in particular, Mike Glennon and Lucy Rappaport. You know, when you say Housing Accelerator Fund manager and you call them the half manager, it sounds like you're saying one half of a whole. And I just want to say you are a whole team, Richard Mahe, to me, all three of you. So thank you. This has been a long time coming from Pembina. I tease, as Councillor Gilroy, Madam Chair, you know, I tease Councillor Orlico for maybe being the uglier side of Pembina sometimes, in particular when he had a bus there for a bit. He's had his own eyesores to look at, including this police station. You know, it's been a long time coming. So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
I move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service as amended be concurred in.
Just a point of clarification, this is the variance, the amendment will need to be on the DAS set.
Yes, okay, that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and the variance approved. And I move that the public service with respect to this hearing be concluded. I'm going to do it all in one to bug the clerk.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, variance.
Please note that the committee's decision with respect to this application may be appealed. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included in the order issued, which will be mailed to all persons registered.
So just a note for the committee, I moved the variance first, which is uncharacteristic. I'm now going to get it to the main and go back and say that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
That the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All in favor? Carried.
That the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service as amended, Mr. Harris, be concurred in and forwarded to the Executive Policy Committee via the priority rezoning process.
So this will actually be the Standing Policy Committee on Property
I tried.
and Development.
I tried to get it as rapid as possible for the record. Fine. There was,
There was an opposition and there was an amendment.
Yeah, got it. Oh, that's an amendment too.
it was amended. All right. And for all the supporting reasons I put forward in the variance with thanks to the public service and the public who came forward to talk about the project.
Yep.
So moved.
Very good.
Favor?
I move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
All in favor?
Yep.
Carried.
Please note that the committee has made a recommendation on this matter that will now proceed to council. No further representations are permitted on the subdivision rezoning. All persons registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered by council.
Move on to Walker. Do you want a 2-minute break?
I'm okay.
Carry on.
Okay, let's
Carry on.
On behalf of Walker.
Item 4 is a subdivision and rezoning at 778 Walker Avenue under file DASZ 35/2025. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, this is a combined hearing, and the following item will also be heard at the same time. Namely, item 5 is a variation at 778 Walker Avenue under file DAV 194142/2025D. The process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application, those registered in opposition, and those registered for information. The applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made, however, no new information is permitted. Speakers will be permitted 5 minutes for the presentation. At this time, I'll turn it over to the public service for a brief overview.
Okay, good morning, councilors. Subject site here is located on a corner lot on the south side of Walker Avenue and the east side of Argue Street in the Lord Roberts neighborhood of the Fort Rouge East Fort Garry ward. The site is 7,474 square feet in area and currently contains a single-family dwelling which would be demolished as part of the development. Under the Complete Communities Direction Strategy 2.0, the site is located within the Mature Communities Policy Area and is zoned R1M, residential single-family medium. The applicant seeks to develop a townhouse building with 5 residential suites, with each unit having direct access to the exterior. The building is to be approximately 25 feet in height and have a front cladding of acrylic stucco and horizontal siding. A total of 7 new trees are proposed on the property, along with the preservation of 2 mature trees. 5 parking spaces are to be located directly off of the lane. The development would require a subdivision in order to consolidate 3 underlying lots and complete a partial lane widening and corner cut as requested by Public Works. A rezoning to RMFS, residential multifamily small, is required to support the townhouse. The development also requires variances for yards and parking, which are detailed in the variance report. The Public Service recommends approval of the subdivision and rezoning, as well as the variances. The proposal is well designed and follows the vision of the small scale and low rise residential development guidelines for mature communities, otherwise known as the infill guidelines for short, and meets CCDS 2.0 policies for mature communities. Specifically, CCDS 2.0 supports low-rise residential uses on collector streets where compatible with adjacent land uses and where they can be conveniently served by transit and local community amenities. At 2 stories in height, the proposal is low-rise, abuts a collector street, and is located within 300 meters of a rapid transit station. The development provides a smooth, context-sensitive transition between the 4-story multifamily building directly across Argue to the west, and then single-family homes along Walker Ave to the east. And with that, I will conclude my summary. Thanks.
Hearing none, okay, move into delegations.
Okay, we did not have anyone pre-registered to speak in support of this application. Just looking to the gallery, is there anyone here who would like to speak in support of this application? Landon, excellent. Landon Cole Friesen is our applicant on the file. Landon, if you'd like to come forward, you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation after you state your name.
My name is Landon Friesen. Good morning. So this, as discussed, this is a project that I think fits well within the area. It has a townhouse style, which means just vertical separations, which in my opinion is a better alternative to up-down if you're going into the smaller multifamily residential. Sound-wise, as well as just things like maintenance, that kind of stuff. It's 2-bedroom units for 4 of them, and the 5th one would be a 3-bedroom. So there's a bit of a mix. Shallow foundation, so excavation and shoring challenges that are often present with neighbors would not be an issue on this site. The height of the building, as mentioned, is well under the allowed limit there to keep in context. I believe it fits within the area. It's close to rapid transit. It's multifamily buildings are kind of scattered throughout the area, some bigger, and then quite a few that are in the townhouse style as well. And it would add to the much needed housing units. And in consultation with Public Works, there's a lane widening which will help with the garbage trucks and things like that, as well as the extension of a city sidewalk down Argue from Walker, which was also consulted with Public Works.
Okay.
That's it.
Any questions? Don't see any questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, just looking to the gallery, is there anyone else who would like to speak in support of this application? Seeing none, we can move on to those in opposition. We do have one registered in opposition, Daniel Betancourt. Daniel, if you'd like to come forward. It appears Daniel is not in the gallery with us today. Is there anyone else in the gallery who would like to speak in opposition to this application? Okay, seeing none. Is there anyone who would like to speak for information? With that, we can go to questions for the administration.
None? Okay. All right. No questions.
I'm assuming you don't want to speak in rebuttal to any comments made? Okay, so in that case, we can move to motions.
I move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
I move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
I move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and forwarded to the Executive Policy Committee via the priority rezoning process.
That'll be the Standing Policy Committee, as we do have someone in opposition.
Oh, we do. Yes, we do.
You're trying.
And I heard that. I'm trying it again. I'm trying it again.
That's fine.
With respect to supportive reasons, I have a few, many of which are stated in the public service report. We do target a minimum of 50% of new units to be accommodated with residential intensification, i.e. growing the city up and not out. And we've been trying to do just that in Fort Rouge, Fort Garry, and elsewhere. And we have the new residents to prove it. And the other thing that this works really well, given the shape of the lot, is as noted by the applicant, the low density housing forms, and this what will be a 5-unit side by side. So it's a nice mix for the particular neighborhood. So moved.
Favor?
Aye.
Carried.
And I move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded with thanks to the parties.
Please note that the committee has made a recommendation on this matter that will now proceed to council. No further representations are permitted on the subdivision rezoning. All persons registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered by council.
With respect to the variance, I'll move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
Favor?
Aye.
Carried.
I move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
I move that accordance with subsection 2473 of the City of Winnipeg, the charter, the variance is consistent with Plan Winnipeg, and any applicable secondary plan does not create a substantial adverse effect on the amenities, use, safety, and convenience of the adjoining property and adjacent area, including an area separated from property by a street or waterway, is the minimum modification of the zoning bylaw required to relieve the injurious effect of the zoning bylaw on the applicant's property and is compatible with the area in which the property would be affected is situated. I will add all of the reasons I had on the record and thank the applicant in particular for talking about the sensitivity around construction.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried.
I move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and the variance be approved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
I move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded with thanks.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Please note that the committee's decision with respect to this application may be appealed. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included in the order issued, which will be mailed to all persons registered.
Just gonna take a 2-minute health break.
2-minute health break? Sure. I'll be right
Back in 2.
Be back in 2.
Ish.
Welcome back, everybody. We're on item number 6, zoning agreement amendment for 545 and 549 Broadway.
Item 6 is a zoning agreement amendment at 545 and 549 Broadway under file ZAAH/2025. Please note communications were received in support and in opposition to the matter, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. The process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application, those registered in opposition, and those registered for information. The applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made, however, no new information is permitted. Speakers will be permitted 5 minutes for their presentations. At this time, I'll turn it over to the public service for a brief overview and just a clarification. I misspoke. There were no communications received in opposition to this application.
Thank you for the clarification.
This site is located on the north side of Broadway between Good Street and Colony Street in the West Broadway neighborhood of the Fort Rouge East Fort Garry ward. It is located in an urban mixed-use corridor policy area of Complete Communities 2.0. The site is currently zoned C2, Commercial Community District. It currently includes a multifamily building at the west side of the site and an office building at the east side of the site, the historic Wilson House. The applicant intends to undertake an internal renovation of the multifamily building and of Wilson House, an external heritage remediation of Wilson House, and construct a new building that would connect Wilson House with the multifamily building. The new building would, to Broadway, have a 1.7-foot setback to the building wall and a 0-foot setback to the eave projection. Be circular in shape, 1 story in height, and include a rooftop deck. Be clad primarily in glass or with glass and be used as a programming space. The proposal also includes a significant landscaped area running from Broadway to the rear property line, with space for an indigenous permaculture garden, outdoor teaching areas, and program space in the courtyard. And as part of the proposal, the existing parking area is being retained. In order to accommodate the development, there is a zoning agreement that currently restricts any development within 7 feet of Broadway. And so the applicant requires an amendment to the zoning agreement to permit them to build within that 7 feet. So the current clause states that no buildings, signs, or permanent structures shall be erected or located within the most southerly 2.134 meters or 7 feet of proposed parcel A abutting the current Broadway right-of-way. The applicant has applied to have that clause removed entirely from the caveat, and the Public Service has made a different recommendation, which is that that unless the Director of Planning, Property and Development receives written confirmation from the Director of Public Works stating that a specified reduced setback to Broadway is permitted, then no building, signs, or permanent structures shall be erected or located within the most southerly 7 feet of the property line directly abutting the current Broadway right-of-way. And so what this would do is, in conversation with Public Works, they have acknowledged that the 7-foot setback at this time is intended to create a high-quality pedestrian environment along Broadway. And their view is that the designs as they are shown absolutely meet that intent. And so they would support the 0-foot setback in this circumstance. But the preservation of the 7 feet at the discretion of Public Works ensures that if a different building were to come forward that didn't accomplish those objectives of Public Works, then they might not support the reduced setback. So that's the clause. And then the one other thing to note is similarly as with the zoning agreement amendment for Kenniston, this application does require a variance for parking, which the Public Service expects to support. The applicant has provided supporting documents for why they're seeking this parking reduction, and it is considered entirely supportable. But the zoning agreement dealing with the reduced setback would need to be addressed. So that concludes my comments on this, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
You, if I may, explain the difference between what the applicant wants in terms of removed it entirely and Public Works. In part, you did. Why does Public Works envision some other building, and what is the timeline on that? So for instance, plan approval, will they consider that some other building and have a net new understanding? It seems to me that removing it in entirely, like the applicant had advised, might be, for instance, one could argue it could be cleaner. And if you're the applicant, it would provide you more certainty.
Yeah.
And less bureaucracy in your business, which would impact your affordability, for instance. I'm just making an argument, but
Sure,
I don't mean to put words in your mouth.
No, I hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously I don't want to speak for the applicant, but yes, generally speaking, if you're looking for the cleanest and most certain path forward from the applicant's point of view, it would be to not have any requirement for a setback built into the zoning agreement. And if the committee wanted to go that route, it would be as simple as just that clause 4 be deleted in its entirety and that we don't replace it with anything. Regarding the sort of the bureaucracy component, there was a previous zoning agreement that the zoning agreement that applies to this site included clauses previously that require plan approval, and those were deleted some years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no plan approval clause. This is the only substantive.
I think this committee deleted them.
Right.
Yeah.
And so at that point,
Faster.
and so at this point, they would really only need, they need this because they're trying to build what the zoning agreement doesn't enable them to, and they do need parking variances, which would be unavoidable. But aside from that, it would just be the development permit and then their building permits thereafter. So the issue is whether or not to maintain that, the discretion of Public Works to require the 7-foot setback or not. If the committee doesn't wish to do that, then it's fairly straightforward just to delete the clause.
Thank you. I have no further questions. All right. All right, seeing no other questions, go ahead.
Okay, this time we'll call the applicant forward, Aaron Pollock. Aaron, you'll have 5 minutes to make the presentation after you state your name.
The slides I can just pull on the USB.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay, I'll just get you.
It's a surprise one. Just kidding.
Let's get you to a screen share on Zoom as well.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Aaron Pollock. I'm an architect and associate with Number 10 Architectural Group. I'm here wearing two hats today, not only the architect, but also a board member for Rainbow Resource Center. This is the first of its kind 2S LGBTQ plus campus in Canada, and it's first of its kind purpose-built queer space in Winnipeg. A little bit of context for you today, as a lot of the details are within the presentation, but I thought I would just talk about how we got here today. So initial program conversations with Rainbow, our programming goals was 12,500 square feet across the three buildings in question. So within Wilson House, 4,300 square feet. The main floor of the apartment building is about 4,800 square feet, leaving us a delta of 3,300 square feet to build. The site is quite restricted in that we have 545 Broadway Avenue, which is Wilson House, and 549 Broadway, which is the apartment building. We have a 20-foot setback between the two buildings, or sorry, not setback, just a distance between the two. The parking lot in behind has storage tanks below, and then there's the 7-foot setback along Colony and then Broadway, the reason that we're here today. The programming requirement also for the site, we wanted to bring back the Indigenous permaculture gardens that were taken away from the apartment building construction. And so what we're really tasked with is putting in a building that connects the two, but that meets the requirement of the programming area. And so what we've proposed is this building that projects out into the site and closer to Broadway Avenue, thus creating a little bit more space between the Wilson House and the new building, making sure that the heritage exterior of the building is protected as well as being retained. And so this is a view here from the southeast perspective of the property. You can see the new one-story building in the foreground, as well as the Indigenous permaculture garden that would be utilized from a programming standpoint. Within the main floor, everything that you see here in yellow is meant to be a programmable space. So multi-purpose areas, connection spaces. This is where community will come and utilize the spaces throughout the day and evening, as well as support areas. So this is just an interior view of that space, a lot of transparency and eyes on the street, which obviously increases the safety within this area and the West Broadway community, and also connection to that Indigenous permaculture garden. The second floor, as was mentioned, it has a second floor patio space, and the interior is utilized mainly for Rainbow staff. So these are the office spaces and support. And then this is a view of that patio space. Again, its connection to the canopy, surrounding environment, and really maximizing in terms of programmatic area. Lastly, the third floor is our counseling floor. This is more private, where we have counseling rooms and shared workstations. So lastly, Rainbow's Place of Pride is not only a place to support the 2S LGBTQ plus community to thrive and survive, but is also a great addition to the West Broadway community. And our hopes for this project are many, and we're hopeful for the results today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have any questions?
No questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay, our next speaker in support of the application is Noreen Mian. Apologies if I mispronounced that. Noreen, you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation after you state your name. And then same thing, I'll just get you to hit the share screen on Zoom.
Good morning. Thank you so much. My name is Noreen Mee, and I'm the Executive Director of Rainbow Resource Center, and I use she, her pronouns. And thank you so much for the opportunity to speak in today in support of this amendment and to tell you a little bit about Rainbow and Place of Pride. Rainbow is Canada's oldest queer and trans center in the country. In 2023, we celebrated 50 years. We create opportunities for the 2S LGBTQ+ community to belong, and we do this by providing programs, creating safe space, and advocating to change systems. Rainbow sees about 5,000 people coming through our doors every year, and up until now, we have done all of this without a permanent home. The image you see in front of you is Place of Pride, located at 545 Broadway, the Canada's first affordable housing exclusively for 2S LGBTQ+ seniors, and soon to be surrounding campus of queer services. More importantly, this is a permanent home for Rainbow Resource Center on land that we proudly own. There are two structures that currently exist on this site. First off, Wilson House, the heritage building you see here, which has been the site of community activism for decades, and the 4-story building behind it, which is 21 units of affordable independent living for 2S LGBTQ+ seniors, built in partnership with Westminster Housing Society. I'm proud to say that this building is fully occupied. The third space you see here, the glass atrium, is the second phase of this project and the subject of this application. This space will connect Wilson House with the main floor of the housing building, providing Rainbow and the community with 12,000 square feet of programmable space. The use of the glass is really intentional. 2S LGBTQ+ folks have a long history of meeting in unmarked locations and basements, and we're no longer hiding. We are proudly taking up space at this historic site. Second, we wanted to ensure that the surrounding garden and facade of Wilson House is visible when you're driving down Broadway or sitting inside having coffee or walking down Colony. Next, we have a quick view of the garden. As my colleague mentioned, there used to be an Indigenous permaculture garden on this site, and we are committed to restoring it. There's 2 access points, both from Broadway and from Colony Street. This was a very important community space for West Broadway residents, and it will continue to be so. Quick view that you've already seen gives you a really good sense of the depth of this garden. And then moving on to the atrium, which we are calling the community connection space. We're leaving this as unprogrammed space. It's really a site for community to gather. You can picture queer parents having a play date for their kids, the seniors living on site coming down for a cup of coffee, or University of Winnipeg students studying there during the day. In the evening, we're hoping that community groups and corporate groups use this area for small scale events. And as my colleague mentioned, we are trying to maximize our footprint by providing additional outdoor space. This patio will be accessible to the public and the community in warmer months. It's got lovely sight lines to the Golden Boy and also looking down onto the courtyard. The courtyard is an important component of the site, which we don't have a rendering of, but I wanted to mention it because several years ago, Rainbow held a vigil after a shooting at a gay bar in the States. We held this vigil in a parking lot because there was no other safe queer space available. No one should have to mourn in a parking lot. I hope this courtyard will be used by the community to gather safely, beautifully, and with dignity and respect. In closing, Place of Pride represents the legacy of our hard-won rights as 2S LGBTQ+ individuals. We are creating an engaging public space for the residents of West Broadway and a safe permanent home for our queer elders to safely age in place in the community that they helped build. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? None? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker, that concludes the pre-registered speakers in support of this application. Just looking to the gallery, is there anyone else who would like to speak in support of this project, this application? Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to the application? And is there anyone who would like to speak for information on the application? Seeing none, we can move to questions for the administration.
I have none.
Nope.
All right, move on to.
I'm assuming you do not want to speak in rebuttal to comments made? At that time, we can move into motions.
I move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
I move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All in favor? Aye. Carried.
I move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and forwarded to the Executive Policy Committee via the priority rezoning process. In terms of supporting reasons, I know I try every time. In terms of supporting reasons, I'll restate some of the words of the applicant. Place of Pride and this zoning agreement is to enable community to thrive and survive from the continued advocacy to change systems through the visibility of Place of Pride and restoring the Indigenous permaculture garden through to the aptly named community connection space that holds a very special place in this committee's heart because, of course, we continue to advocate for one at Millennium Library. all throughout the pieces that Ms. Meehan took us through, including the courtyard, that is not only an important cultural space, but also one that might address life cycle events. It's a special day when you get to move a motion like this. So moved.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion's carried.
And that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded with thanks to the incredible community builders that have come forward.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion's carried.
Please note that the committee has made a recommendation on this matter that will now proceed to council. No further representations are permitted, and all persons registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered by council.
And carrying on with the Fort Rouge East Fort Garry Ward hearing, there's one more before you get to River Heights Fort Garry. For those of you that have been waiting patiently, perhaps to get to the last item.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Item 7 is a rezoning at 36 Roslyn Road under file DAZ 220/2025. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, this is a combined hearing, and the following item will also be heard at the same time. Namely, item 8 is a variance at 36 Roslyn Road under file DAV 2046666/2025D. Please note, communications were received in support of and in opposition to the matter, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. The process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application. Next, those registered in opposition and those registered for information. The applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made, however, no new information is permitted. Speakers will be permitted 5 minutes for their presentations. All participants in the Zoom meeting have been muted and will only be permitted to speak when called upon. At this time, I'll turn it over to the public service for a brief overview.
The subject site is located at the southwest corner of Roslyn Road and Bryce Street in the River Osborne neighborhood of the Fort Rouge East Fort Garry Ward. It is located in an established neighborhood, mature community policy area of Complete Communities 2.0, and in a village high-density residential area of the Osborne Village Neighborhood Secondary Plan. The site is currently zoned RMFM, Residential Multifamily Medium District. The application is intending to construct 172 unit multifamily building, which would be 8 stories in height, including a rooftop patio, have a 0-foot front yard setback to Roslyn Road, have a 0-foot east corner side yard setback to Bryce Street for the building lobby, and a 2-foot east corner side yard for the remainder of the building, have a 0-foot rear yard setback to the lane, have a 5-foot west side yard setback. It would be clad primarily with Tyndallstone and brick and include a main entrance at the northeast corner of the building with floor-to-ceiling windows, providing orientation to both Roslyn Road and Bryce Street. The site plan also shows a total of 21 parking spaces, including six accessible stalls, primarily located in covered parking at ground floor. There are 52 secure indoor bicycle parking spaces. A total of 0 trees and 44 shrubs are proposed. There are no affordable units, which would normally be required per the City of Winnipeg's density bonus program, which I will get into when we're discussing the variances in a moment. So the administration has recommended approval of the rezoning to the RMFL zoning district because this is in the high density policy area of the Osborne Village Neighborhood Plan. We have recommended that there a plan approval to the Director of Planning, Property and Development and the City Centre Community Committee be included with the zoning agreement. We have also recommended a height cap of 80 feet, excluding permitted projections, be applied to the property. And we have recommended a density cap as part of the zoning agreement. So the density cap would enable 25 dwelling units for the property. But this would enable variances up to, or variances at 360 square feet per lot area for each dwelling unit. And then for any variances in addition to that, or any density in addition to that, the application would need to be subscribed to the density bonus program. Moving to the variances, there are 3 sets of variances for this application, a total of 12 variances. So the first one is a variance for the establishment of a residential zoning lot to permit a lot area of 9,036 square feet instead of 20,000 square feet. And so this is a result of the rezoning going to the RMFL zoning district, which requires 20,000 square feet. given that the policies support an RMFL zoning district here, we've supported the variance. I'll skip past the second set and return to those at the end because those are the most contentious. But the variance 3A and B, these are the first one, number A or letter A, is insufficient buffering of a parking or loading area located within 20 feet of a rear lot line adjacent to a residential district. This is a very common variance when parking is taken off of a rear lane, and it's consistent with the rear lane here abutting Roslyn, so we supported that. And then there is the parking aisle width of 16 feet instead of 20 feet. This is for a two-way drive aisle. We've also supported this. On a larger parking aisle, we often would not, but this is a very short parking aisle, and so the thinking being that it would be easy enough to see a vehicle coming, and you could wait in the narrower portion of it before pulling out. And there is most of the drive aisle is 20 feet. It just pinches at one point. And so then going to the second set of the variances that relate to the building itself. The public service has not recommended support for the extent of the variances that are being sought here. And just as a note, if the public service's recommendation were concurred in, the building as it's shown would not be buildable. So variance 2A, the applicant has applied for no front yard instead of 20 feet. And the public service has recommended a front yard of 10 feet instead of 20 feet. And the thinking here being that given the scale of the building, that it's an 8-story building, there should be some setback to the right of way and the public sidewalk. This is also a fairly consistent condition along Roslyn. There are a few buildings with significantly reduced setbacks, primarily along the river, but most of the taller buildings do have front yard setbacks of at least 10 feet. The next would be the applicant has applied for no east corner side yard instead of 14 feet. And here the public service has recommended an east corner side yard of 8 feet instead of 14 feet. And similarly, that's in recognition of the scale of the building, much larger than most of the surrounding ones, and typical surrounding buildings that are of significant height have a bit of a side yard setback. Variance 2C, an east balcony projection of 2 feet instead of 0.67 feet. The reason this one is recommended for rejection is because we are recommending a larger side yard setback, and so then the balcony projection becomes, if you were to agree with the public service's recommendation, then the balcony projection variance would become redundant. And that's the same with variance 2E. And so then variance 2D, a west side yard, the applicant has proposed is 5 feet instead of 20 feet, and we've recommended a side yard of 10 feet instead of 20 feet. And same thing, it's in recognition of the scale of the building, significantly larger than the neighboring building. And the neighboring building does have mature trees in the side yard. So wanting to ensure that there's space for those trees and for the difference in scale. The neighboring building is 4 stories in height. The next set of variances, or the next variance, is variance 2G, which is the applicant has proposed a lot area of 125 square feet instead of 400 square feet. So the public service has recommended a lot area per dwelling unit of 200 square feet instead of 400 square feet. And the thinking here being that this is a high density neighborhood, and so without any affordable housing, we would support a density variance of 360 square feet per dwelling unit without any conditions on that. And then we would require 50% of dwelling units in excess of that 360 square feet of lot area to be affordable. But going beyond 200 square feet, 200 square feet is the required lot area per dwelling unit in the TOD zoning district, which is the highest zoning district that we have outside of the downtown. This is not a TOD site, and so we can't find the policy rationale to support that level of a variance here. And then the next one is variance 2H, which the applicant has proposed 21 instead of 72 spaces, and the public service has recommended 43 parking spaces instead of 72 spaces. And so this would be a ratio of 0.6 parking stalls per dwelling unit. Typically in Osborne Village, we will recommend or approve ratios of 0.6 to 0.8 parking stalls per dwelling unit. And we will reduce that further if there are either affordable units or if a car share is being provided. In this case, no car share is being provided. There is one nearby, or there's several nearby in the neighborhood. But the concern is that if you're going to add 72 new dwelling units to the neighborhood, then that is a lot of potential new clients for the car share. And so an additional car share should be added in order to support that level of density. And then the last variance from this section is variance 2I, which is insufficient street edge landscaping, which we have recommended rejection of because we are recommending yards that could accommodate the required landscaping. And we're recommending the yards because of the scale of the building. And so based on that, there's space for the landscaping. The applicant did note that they will be providing trees in the boulevard. I will note that they are required to provide trees in the boulevard regardless of anything else here. This is part of the application that we would have been asking for. And so we don't see it as an offset here. That concludes my summary of the variances. I can answer any questions.
So, talk to me about balconies because the report, says what you won't do, but it doesn't really then say what's left. So am I to assume that, like, when you're recommending, like, it looks like A and C are understood together in recommendations.
Right.
And in the report, it says, well, they're considered a permitted projection, but given the givens, don't worry about it. What is going on with balconies here?
Appreciate the question. Yeah, it's so
No balconies.
right. So
Is that what is going on? Because it's viewed as balconies, or balcony is east, but not west.
balconies are considered a permitted projection, and then the extent to which they can project out is based on how big the side yard is, or the yard that they're projecting into is.
Okay.
And because this applicant is seeking a smaller side yard or side yards that would impact the balconies, it limits the size of what the balcony can be, because the balcony is coming right up to the property line. So by requiring a larger side yard, they would be able to do a balcony within their side yard. So I'm going to try to explain that from
I'm gonna ask you to, through the chair, to explain through your point of view. The applicant will be around, I think, and they will explain it from their point of view. But if you could explain to yours, because I'm trying to ascertain, are you permitting balconies, yes or no? Are you saying you're just permitting a smaller sized balcony? Yeah. Because in this report, you've just crossed out an east balcony projection and then never come back to it other than the discussion of a west balcony projection.
Right.
So what is your point of view?
Balconies would be permitted here. This is saying no to these balconies based on the size of the side yards. Because there's so little side yard, we're saying that there's not enough, because we're not supporting the size of the side yard, the balconies cannot be accommodated here. If there was a larger side yard, then balconies would be permitted as of right. So the cross-sale variances here, variance 2C and E, are applicable because of the significantly reduced yards. If the yards were larger, balconies could be accommodated here, and it wouldn't necessarily require a variance. It would depend on the size of the variance or of the balcony, but.
Seeing none.
Okay, so at this time, we'll call the applicant forward, John Winthrop. You'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation after you state your name.
And you have a presentation, of course.
So Jerry Shante, are you going to be also presenting?
Yes, I can. Absolutely.
It's an option.
We're gonna, thank you. I will go through a presentation. I'll introduce my client for the public.
If I could just get you to fill out one of the forms once you're completed and pass it off to me, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is not my presentation. There we go. There we go. I'm going to go right to the end. I'm going to try and keep this presentation to 3 minutes, actually. I've been working at them all this fall. Oops. Good morning. My name is John Witchup. I'm a professional planner. I'm here with the landowner, Jerry Safloni. If you stand on this property, look west, you can see where I live. If you turn around and look south, you can see the architect, Vern Reimer, and his offices. So we know this neighborhood quite well. I spend at least 2 hours a day walking around this neighborhood with a little pug dog who I think everybody knows more than me in that neighborhood now. We've been at this for 203 days. We're looking to do 72 dwelling units, 21 parking stalls. It aligns to the secondary plan, to complete communities, to your council half June amendments. We're enabling a medium rise residential. This is a designated village high density residential area under the Osborne Village Neighborhood Secondary Plan. It enables the proposed land use. There's no building height restrictions on Roslyn, and it directs density and building heights to this location. We are in a high poverty neighborhood. This is a high poverty neighborhood designated by the city of Winnipeg, available online, high poverty neighborhood. We have a lot of alternative modes of transportation, mix of land uses. We are actually within 800 meters of 2 rapid transit BRT stations. We are in a Peg City Car Co-op share area. There's a Peg City Car Co-op station for a car right next door to us. It's a very walkable, excellent transit. It's a biker's paradise. Like I said, I live in that area. I get a lot of my amenities there. We will provide ground floor bicycle parking for up to 40 bikes. We have the new protected bike lanes downriver and Stradbrook. Thank you, the ward councillor, for that project. Parking. There are no parking in the residential. There are 3 buildings right next to us within 100 meters of us that have zero parking. 375 River, 393 River, 415 River Avenue, zero parking. We're actually going to provide 0.29 parking stalls per ratio. So there are existing, I just happen to have these 3 that are the closest. There are several other buildings in the neighborhood that have no parking. Some recent approvals that have this kind of parking ratio in the springtime. It was in front of actually appeals committee and Councillor Gilroy's ward. Councillor Orlico was on the appeals committee and approved this project where we did 0.29 parking ratio. That was 150 units with 54 stalls. That's a similar approval that was advanced and approved at City of Winnipeg against the planning department's recommendation. Again, that was a very walkable community with a lot of transit and amenities nearby. Parking will be under the building. It'll be screened on all sides. The yard's landscaping, balconies are on the east and west. We'll get into that discussion shortly. Hey, these front yard setbacks. Well, we actually, between our property line and the sidewalk is 10 feet. We'd like to landscape that with the city forester being involved in that. We can plant trees and shrubs, etc., between our property line and the sidewalk, between our building and the sidewalk. Yeah, they're on the south side of Roslyn. There are buildings that have zero setbacks. You can look no further than 2 doors down to 80 Roslyn Road. It's 10 feet to the sidewalk, just like what we're proposing. Zero setbacks, zero setbacks. There are other buildings in the area with zero setbacks throughout Roslyn. I'm walking around that neighborhood 2 hours every day. Come along with me. The building next door, we did write a letter to them. It is with the owned is by the Winnipeg, and I'll mistake the name, Winnipeg Regional Housing, or I know that Councillor Rollins and Councillor Wyde are on the board for this building. We wrote a letter to them. We never heard back from them, so they don't have a concern. They are 17 feet from the parking from the sidewalk.
The front yard sub right across the street from us, 29 Roslyn Road. They have a lot going on in their front yard. They're zero to the front yard, to the front property line too. They have a planter between their front door and the sidewalk, and like a utility component box there too. Along our side, we're going to provide at least 2 feet. So our zero front yard is really to the corner of the building where we want to put the main entrance, right on the corner, right on really prominent corner there. I'll get into that. But we are going to provide for the majority of the building about 2 feet to the sidewalk with landscaping again. Right next to the south of us, boy, they're only at 4 feet, that building there. It used to be owned by the city of Winnipeg and sold about a decade ago for, I'll say, an agency, a public institution. They're 4 feet to the sidewalk. The Lonsdale has no parking. They have 0 foot setback to, and that's across the street to us. They have 0 foot setback to their property line. They're 4 feet to 9 feet to the sidewalk with trees between them and the sidewalk. Right across the street to us is the Marquise building. They're 6 feet to the sidewalk. They have a couple feet to the property line. I'll take 1 minute to wrap up here.
2 minute extension. All in favor?
Sure.
Okay, motion's carried. Go ahead.
Recently, this committee approved 685 Westminster, Sherbrooke Hotel there. Quoting Plan Winnipeg in there says encourage, reduce inside setbacks, building setbacks. They had a front yard of 9 feet instead of 36 feet. No side yard instead of 20 feet. That was approved with support by the department for a 6-story building. There's a quote from Plan Winnipeg in there to support that type of thing. Because we do want to bring these buildings up to the front. We do want to make these more pedestrian friendly. We do want to make them more high profile along the property lines. Rear yard, there's several buildings along this back lane that have 0 rear yards, including directly to the south of us. Around that neighborhood, there's 12-story buildings, 9-story buildings, 8-story buildings, in the vicinity, taller than us, than what we're proposing, with 0 parking as well. So we think we fit the density, the height, the parking, the side yards, the setbacks, all in this neighborhood. We're looking for the approval of all our variances that we submitted. We have a beautiful design building done by the architect, who you can see his office in the left-hand picture. We want to transform this lot into a nice medium-rise residential. That's the end of my presentation.
Questions?
Yeah, so basically the same questions that I had for the administration. I like to see balconies. I think it is, future focused on, a livable dwelling and unit. I can see the correlation between the 0 fronts and a larger balcony for livability. I want you to correct me if I'm wrong. You're here because you like your variances too, and you want to, you like what you included in your application. But can you talk to me what's going on with respect to the balconies and your side yards related to the balconies with respect to parking? We're going to probably at the end of this meeting look at motions with respect to parking, because council seems to have indicated in the discussion with the report that's before council that, and I'm getting to my question here, Madam Chair, that they're interested in looking at Osborne Village for revenue, and I am concerned about that vis-a-vis parking. I think it has a chilling effect on some of the things that we've done in terms of reducing parking requirements when you're going to look at on-street revenue, and it impacts the affordability of stuff. So that's top of mind. So I'll ask you to comment on the first question, which is what's going on with balconies, and then you can comment on the parking.
Yeah, balconies. So I have a balcony in Osborne Village. It's a generous size. The building was built in the 50s when at that time generosity went into having those spaces outside of your main living unit. That was outdoors. Encourage people to get them outdoors, to you don't have a backyard, but you do get a good sized balcony where you can have a barbecue or sit outside. On mine, we have gardens. We garden all summer long. It's filled with a lot of gardening containers and flowers and some seating areas, and it's a generous size. That's part of urban living, is to have a really nice balcony that's really enjoyable and get you outdoors, enjoy the space. You saw that a lot during the pandemic and COVID. A lot of people suddenly wanted to go back outside again. Osborne Village has I'll say less park space than other parts of the city of Winnipeg with high density. So you get to use your balcony, enjoy your space. I have a great balcony. I really enjoyed it. Other buildings that had no balconies or small balconies, those residents didn't get to enjoy it. So I'm a big proponent of having balconies that are big and generous in size, that you can use as space. That if you're an older person, you can go plant flowers or herbs, or a younger person. I have a small dog that goes out and uses the balcony too, especially during the winter time. So yeah, a good generous balcony size. So I applaud the architect as well as the proponent of the building to come forward and go, I'd like to have generous balconies. The views directly to the west, we're not looking into anybody's yard or building. It's a blank wall. We've got some across the back is, again, blank walls in a parking lot. That's the Lonsdale blank walls. They have no balconies. So across the street from us, again, no just windows. So we're not interfering with anybody's views or anything like that. We have a great view of the legislature right directly north of us through the parking lot. Having outdoor space, I know my client is looking to also have a nice, generous space on top of the building too, to provide more amenities to get people so that they're just not in their units, that they can enjoy a common area outdoors as well as their own balcony. So yeah, balconies are pretty important, I believe, for urban living for these types of developments. You're starting to see there was reduction of them, I think, a number of years ago. Since the pandemic, you're starting to see buildings coming forward with more generous sized balconies that just don't match our zoning bylaw regulations anymore. They were drafted more than 20 years ago in 2008. At that time of building construction, not a lot of buildings. I just show you examples of buildings that have no balconies, did not do balconies. That kind of stopped for a while. It's coming back again. Parking, when it comes to parking, I don't own a car anymore. I haven't driven a car I borrow cars. I got rid of my car earlier this year. It was in storage for 3 years. At my building, we have 1-to-1 parking ratio. A good chunk of those stalls are being rented out to people who work at Canada Life, including my own. Probably getting myself in trouble here with that. There's a demand for parking. I know the architect here, Vern Reimer, his staff rents parking stalls from nearby residential buildings too. You can get a lot of your amenities through here. The bus was a little bit rougher service, but it used to go down Pembina Highway where I have a lot of my amenities. Now it goes down through South Osborne. I think a lot of people appreciate the bus going through down Pembina Highway and then Grant, and especially the little old ladies to get to Grant Park Mall. It's a bit more of a transfer now. It's a little bit more difficult, but a lot of the amenities are there. I got Postal, Shoppers, the grocery store. But Osborne Village is struggling. There's less, I'd say, amenities than say 5 years ago. I'm hoping it bounces back. But there are still some good amenities nearby that you can walk or bike or etc. or take transit or car share or Uber or to move around. You don't need a car. It's one of the first neighborhoods, I think, in Winnipeg where you can really not be dependent on a car to live. That's why I moved in there 15 years ago.
Yeah, I'll ask the public service, Madam Chair, to comment on and pick up on their comments with respect to permissions that could have been given had it been a TOD. Did you want to comment on that?
I'm within
Chair.
I am within 800 meters of the Osborne Village Station at Confusion Corner. I'm within 600 meters of the one by the Winter Club there. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. Harold Street, I can't recall. So it's within walking distance of 2 BRT stations. This is actually a pretty good location because you can either walk down the Donald Street and take that bus, the FA, or you can walk down the Osborne Street. It's a little bit closer, so it's kind of in the middle between those two main routes now. Donald Street is now a transit corridor more so than I say Osborne now, because all the buses kind of shifted around, as I'm sure you know. So you can walk either down to Donald or you can go to Osborne Street to get to downtown or to the suburbs. for your shopping, amenities, etc. And again, like I said, there are also 2 BRT stations that you can walk down either to the one at the Winter Club or down to the one at Confusion Corner. And Confusion Corner itself has a number of buses rolling through it too. That's become now the hub for transit in Osborne Village. You got to go down to Confusion Corner to catch a bus to go wherever you're going.
Okay. That's all I have now, Chair.
Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you very much for your presentation.
Well, that was easy. We're not done.
You're not done yet.
No.
Thank you.
Hope
so much.
Easy on me, Anna.
Yeah.
Okay, so our next person who was registered to speak in support of the application was Braden Mazurkowicz. However, he is not in the Zoom meeting or I think in the gallery. So we can move on to the next person to speak in support of the application, which is Wes Schollenberg. Wes, if you'd like to come forward. Not seeing a Wes. Okay, is there anyone else in the gallery who would like to speak in support of the application? Seeing none, we can move on to those registered in opposition. First up, we'll call forward Barbara Barnett. Barbara, if you'd like to come forward. You'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation after you state your name.
Welcome.
Thank you. So I'm speaking on behalf of the board and owners of 29 Rosalind Road, and we request that the community committee reject the request to rezone 36 Rosalind Road to RMFL and request the developer to resubmit a plan that conforms with the requirements of RMFM. The variances requested in the application are only necessary because the developer is attempting to accommodate a building on a lot that is less than half the size required in an RMFL zone. Even with the amendments required by the City of Winnipeg Planning Department, this will result in a building that fails to follow the principles of Plan Winnipeg and the Osborne Village Neighbourhood Plan. I'm going to highlight 2 areas of our written presentation. One is mass and scale, and the second is context and neighbourhood character. The building as currently proposed is out of scale with the buildings on the south side of Rosalind Road, as well as the properties facing Bryce, and on the north side of River Avenue, with the exception of the 4, soon to be 5 buildings on the north side of Rosalind. The buildings noted in the application, 21, 29, 43, and 51 Rosalind Road, are all situated on the north side, and with the exception of 21 Rosalind, they are all zoned RMFM. 21 Rosalind is the only one that is zoned RMFL. It has 121 suites on 10 floors, on a lot that is both much wider and much deeper than the single-family lot, original single-family lot on 36. The only other higher-rise buildings in the immediate area are only 4 stories or are single-family homes. The imposition of the mass of an 8-story building on a corner lot fronting both Rosalind Road and Bryce Street fails to respect the scale of the south side of Rosalind and the east side of Bryce, and will overwhelm the pedestrian space. The revised variances imposed by the planning department do not mitigate significantly the proximity of the building to the sidewalks. And the context and neighbourhood character. Plan Winnipeg calls for development to take place in a context-sensitive manner that is compatible with the neighbourhood context. Context includes more than the relative size of the buildings. Context incorporates the nature, character, and scale of the immediate neighbourhood, including the placement of buildings relative to lot size. This lot was originally a single-family residential building that was later zoned commercial, and the lot size reflects it. Context also includes the character of the immediate neighbourhood and the history of the immediate neighbourhood. The Osborne Village Neighbourhood Plan addresses neighbourhood character. It addresses the softer but equally significant issues of respecting and maintaining neighbourhood history and character And it also offers guidelines for appropriate development. For instance, respecting the traditional character of the area and the surrounding properties in terms of pedestrian orientation, mass and scale of surrounding properties, orientation, blah, blah, blah. I should also like to point out there are 6 municipally designated historic properties on this very short stretch of Roslyn Road East. They are all on the south side. And this unique variety of historic residential buildings in this area creates a village within Osborne Village on a very short street that is designated by the neighbourhood plan as a local street, which ends in a cul-de-sac that is travelled principally by residents and some cars taking a cut through from River to Osborne using Bryce. Protecting historic character, heritage, and unique amenities and open spaces. I'd like to point out that all of the trees mature trees, except 5 on 36 Roslyn Road, have already been cut down, and the remaining 5 trees down the east side are about to be cut down. There are no boulevard trees in front of 36 Roslyn in front of 36 Roslyn, and only 2 small trees on Bryce Street. The remaining buildings between Osborne Street and Bryce include a 6-unit condo complex and 2 original houses, both of which are counselling centres. One of the historic properties on, just 1 second. One historic property on the south side of Roslyn is already boarded up, and we are afraid of the precedent setting of putting an RML building on a single family lot. The current design, if built on a smaller scale with front and side yards that conform to zoning standards, would respect the character and history of the neighbourhood while still respecting the need for greater density on the lot. Thank you for your attention.
Just 1 second, just in case.
Can I go? What do you want me to?
We've got questions for you.
Maybe.
I'm interested in a reflection. 29 Roslyn Road, I know it is an infill development. It's an 8-story building, and it's on a very, very narrow lot. It has 0 facing. It was one of the examples that was used in the presentation. I'm interested in just a reflection, because it's of interest to me that I'm wondering if it's a personal reflection living in a building that relative to lot size is tighter, that it's from personal experience, from living on a narrow lot with 0 face pedestrian environment, if that's what moved them to come forward today.
Okay. I didn't hear the question because you were facing the other way.
Yes, that's fair. So through the chair, I was wondering, given that 29 Roslyn, it has no side yard or front yard setbacks. It's right against up what is 0 facing. And your concern that you brought forward today through the chair was pedestrian environment. And I quote, I believe from your presentation, you wouldn't want to see the pedestrian environment overwhelmed. I'm paraphrasing from your presentation. At Roslyn on the River, a beautiful example of a new building, relatively new. It has no side yards, no front yards. So I'm wondering if it's from personal experience. Perhaps it has gorgeous balconies too, but is it from personal experience you're concerned about overwhelming the pedestrian environment when your building doesn't have side yards or front yards?
It does actually have a front yard. It has planters in front. The original front yard had to be taken down because the shrubbery was creating a hiding place for folk who might not be desirable to be hanging around the front entrance to the building. So it is in fact set back. The planters are low level.
There's sort of an overhang,
yes,
and then boom, the planter, and then boom, the sidewalk.
I'm not quite sure why you're questioning the design of 29 Roslyn when the lot in question is 36 Roslyn.
Yes, and that lot is bigger than 29 Roslyn.
Yes.
Yes.
But
So I was wondering if it's a personal reflection through
No.
the chair of not liking something about 29 Roslyn, given that 29 Roslyn itself has even less setbacks than this subject property proposed and is even on a smaller lot.
I'm totally confused about this.
okay.
Why would?
You don't have to answer the question. It's
I'm
fine.
not to answer the
That's fine.
question. I think it's inappropriate.
That's okay.
That's your right.
That's your right. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Any more questions? Okay.
Okay, our next speaker in opposition to the application is Stu Fawcett. Stu, you can come up to the front. You'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Just for all of you that maybe have not been at council before, usually when people speak, that's why Councillor Rollins was directing her questions. The questions come through me as the chair, so then we don't have that back and forth. So that's why it seems weird, but you have to direct your questions towards me. And Councillor Rollins will be able to hear it, or Councillor Oracle will be able to hear it. Thanks.
My name is Stu Fawcett, and I'm appearing on behalf of other condo owners and board of directors members from 29 Roslyn. That's just immediately kitty corner from the proposed development. I will speak today only about parking. The city says in urban infill areas, the city requires a ratio of 1 parking stall per dwelling unit. So in a 72-unit building, that'd be 72 parking spaces. Now, the developer originally proposed 21 parking spaces, which I don't think anybody could take very seriously, and the city has upped that to 43, which we believe is still not adequate. I should point out that at 51 Roslyn, which is a 6-story, 66-unit apartment building now under construction, 51 parking spaces will be provided. That is 8 spaces more than now opposed for the 72 units at 36 Roslyn. That would leave a potential of 15 vehicles to park on the street for a total of 44 from those 2 buildings. Now, this is a street that's congested already, which I'll get to in a moment, but let me point out that the 12-story, 110-unit apartment building at 21 Roslyn provides 126 indoor parking stalls, which are 95% occupied, and to my knowledge, few, if any, are not rented out to those who don't live there. I can't confirm that, but that's my belief. Our own building at 29 Roslyn provides 23 indoor parking spots. That's 1 for every occupant. And that's entirely full with spillover parking to the rear. Street parking on Roslyn and Bryce, which are the 2 streets in question now, provide about 58 parking spots, including daytime loading zones and handicap spots for people who are not qualified or not supposed to park. And these lots, parking spots are almost always filled to capacity. It's very difficult if we ever have to move our cars for maintenance at our building to find a place to park without going down to Safeway. There are 2 co-op spots in the immediate area, but these certainly appear not to reduce the demand for on-street parking, certainly not by the 12 spots as suggested by city data. Area residents have lots of bikes, but for the most part, they are bikes who are owned by people who also own cars. The 2021 city data suggests that 73% of residents in an area commute as drivers. 73% of 72 units at 36 Roslyn would equate to 52 parking spots at least. And that's fewer than those at 51 Roslyn, the building under discussion, and more than those proposed for 36. So the potential overflow beyond spaces provided by 36 and 51 Roslyn could have a potential 44 additional vehicles, plus visitors, plus service vehicles looking for street parking, not to mention 2-car families. And those streets with room for 58 vehicles are pretty much full all the time. So at the very least, it would seem that 36 Roslyn should be required to provide additional parking beyond the minimum ratio of dwelling units to parking stalls. essentially I'm saying it's got to be war parking. Thanks for listening. Just let me conclude by noting, in addition to presentations by Barbara and myself, Tanya D'Amato, who is our board chair, has submitted an extensive brief, which I hope you will refer to.
Questions? Yeah.
Thank you for the data with respect to parking. You heard perhaps me ask the previous speaker that came forward from 29 Roslyn about dimensions. Would you care to comment? Same question.
Oh, the question that my colleague found was not
Appropriate, yes.
Just quickly rephrase the question.
So 29 Roslyn Road, and I appreciate that's not how you framed your discussion that with respect to sizing. So, but I'm wondering if you could reflect on relative to lot size of 29, the building you live in and represent the board for. It's an 8-story. It has no side yard setbacks. The proposed one is a lot bigger, and you're making that argument through the parking. But do you have any reflections on, your building? Do you like it?
Well, I would say that first of all, our building is the way it is.
It is the way it is. Yeah.
And secondly, I think that our building, if you look at it physically, provides, as Barbara suggested, provides a pretty good passageway for pedestrians. I don't think it's ever been a problem. But were I here talking about an application for 29 Roslyn Road before it was built, perhaps I would be arguing the same as we did about this new building.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay, is there anyone else in the gallery who would like to speak in opposition to the application? Seeing none, is there anyone for information on the application? With that, we can go to questions for the public service.
For the public service, I want you to reflect on the balconies one time. I thought I heard you say if you could fill it out a bit more about, well, it's not a TOD. And in Osborne Village, and with approximate to, different configurations, including plans for Donald, for instance, you have to project out into the future a bit, I think, when you're thinking of multifamily large. And, so far, so good. It seems that a lot of folks want to move into Osborne Village. And given the Met region, Madam Chair, a lot more people will want to, because nobody's building anything that you can age in place around in the surrounding area of Winnipeg. So they've got to move somewhere. And they are 5,000 more in the last 4 years moving in, which does give rise, I think, to variances, both in terms of livability and in terms of parking. I'm concerned about parking always, but I'm also concerned about the livability around balconies. And so can the public service dive a bit deeper into that conversation? Because I am concerned about not building things with no livability. The same thing, I won't, as this committee knows, if you don't have windows on one side of a building, that design might not get my support, and there's very little policy that grounds us. So in saying no to that, actually. So variances, could it be built if the west-east side variances are released a bit?
Yes, if the committee would like to approve the proposal as it's shown or in some variation of it, we can absolutely prepare the language that would enable larger balcony projections. The balconies are, I will just pull up the page in the zoning bylaw that regulates balconies, so I can just read it to you and you have that directly. 133. So in the zoning bylaw, page 132 of the zoning bylaw, or page 133 if you're using the PDF, they are considered a permitted projection, and the way that they're regulated is that they have a maximum depth of 4 inches per foot of yard, but not exceeding 5 feet. In this case, there's very little yard here, which is why the balcony variance is as significant as it is. You could just support the balcony. It depends on what the committee wants to do with these variances and their view of the building. I mean, one option would, if you want to support exactly as it's shown, then you just wouldn't concur with the public service and support the balcony projections as they're shown, and then you get this building with sizable balconies. If you want to control for side yards and increase the size of the side yards, then it will force a redesign on the.
You mean decrease the size of the side yards?
Increase the size of the side yards relative to what they've shown. Okay. So like they've shown, a 2 foot or a 0 foot side yard. If the committee said, oh, we want to do a 6 foot or something, a larger side yard. So
0, so that you can get bigger balconies and the projection is different. The effect of the projection would be different, but you're saying it would go into a redesign?
Yes.
Okay.
So the size of the balcony and the permitted projection is directly tied to the size of the side yard setback. If the committee increases the size of the side yard setback, creating a smaller building and a larger space between the property line, then we would want to change the balcony projection variances. If the committee is comfortable with the size of the building as it is and wants to see large balconies relative to the current size of the building, then don't concur in the concur as amended and enable this variance. And then they would have the variance enabled to create this balcony.
So you had, second question, Madam Chair, if I may, there had been a discussion that I'm just going to prompt you to continue, where you said, and I can't remember what it was leading from, but you had said, this isn't a TOD area. Mm-hmm. So ... Do you remember that point? And what was it that you were going to say?
Yes, I remember that. The density that is being sought is 1 dwelling unit per 125 square feet of lot area, which is a huge density variance. For reference, the RMFL zoning district permits 1 dwelling unit per 400 square feet of lot area. The highest possible zoning district that we have outside of the downtown is the transit-oriented development zoning district. And the zoning bylaw defines the transit-oriented development district as intended to facilitate mixed-use development at a scale and density exceeding all other districts. These sites are intended to be adjacent to rapid transit stations with a council-endorsed local area plan in place to guide development. Site design should fulfill the objectives of the transit-oriented development handbook. The point that I was trying to make was that 125 square feet of lot area per dwelling unit far exceeds the TOD zoning district, of which this is not that. So the public services view was that going beyond 200 square feet of lot area, and we would recommend support of 200 square feet of lot area provided affordable housing because that's one of the policies that we're bound to. But going beyond 200 square feet is going beyond what TOD would even allow. And so this is not a TOD site. If the committee, again, there are many amenities here. There are, bike lanes and transit and other things. And so if the committee takes a different view of it, that's you support the density variance or some other rendition of it. But it's just the public services view that this isn't a TOD site and they're asking for a density far in excess of TOD. And TOD is the highest intensity zoning district outside of the downtown already.
Okay.
Okay. Seeing no other questions?
Okay. So that concludes those we have registered. We can now go to the applicant. Speaking rebuttal to comments made, John Winthrop, you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Please note, no new information is permitted.
I'll address a couple of points here. I appreciate the residents coming out. They live in an 8-story building. I'm proposing a 7-story building. You could stand on this lot, throw a rock and hit that 8-story building. You could throw a rock and hit the building next door to it, which is 12 stories. Down the street is Villa Cabrino. Villa Cabrino, that's an 8-story building on this block. So there's taller buildings already existing. We're not going up to 12. We're not doing 8. We're doing a 7-story building lower than what's in that area. When it comes to parking, anybody who moves into this building, they will understand they might not have parking, not likely to have parking. If you are living in Osborne Village and you want parking and the building doesn't have it, you cannot live there. You cannot leave your car on the street all winter long because you can't plug it in, you can't run it out. You got to clear it and move it and maintain it somewhere else. It's very difficult with the snow routes, etc. So Osborne Village has always been a location where if you wanted to, usually back in the 90s when I was in university, cheap suite and you didn't own a car, this was the place because you get a cheap suite and afford rent and live there and take the buses, either University of Manitoba or University of Winnipeg or Red River. That's still the case today. So it's walkable. So if we add parking, we'll certainly have people using those parking stalls, but if we don't have parking, they won't use those parking stalls. They're not likely to buy a car and they'll know they have to move in there. By the way, we're only having, of all our units, only 6 are 2 bedrooms. The rest are bachelors and 1 bedroom. So these are not two family, 2 car. In the building I live in, half the suites are 2 bedroom. And people move out of the building if they get a second car or if their family's expanding and they move to the suburbs. They come in, young professionals or older people who are retired with no car or 1 car, they share. And then when they decide if they want 2 cars or they're expanding their family, they leave the building, they leave the area and they find that housing situation. So we're very comfortable in the fact that the builder here, he wants to fill his units and he knows that if he's going to be able to fill the units, he has to provide the amenities such as balconies, to be able to compete in the market and have a nice unit. And people will move in there realizing they don't need a car, they don't want a car, they can't accommodate a car on the lot. Very difficult in the surrounding neighborhood if they're looking to accommodate a car on their street. In terms of transit-oriented development and density, I'm 800 meters from a stop BRT station, 600 meters. I've repeatedly come into the city of Winnipeg over the past year with density. Can't make it work apparently at University of Winnipeg, can't make out in the suburbs, can't make it in Osborne Village. So I'm not sure where the planning department wants density when I come forward, but certainly when I see other people coming forward with density, suddenly it's a wonderful idea and a lot of support for it. So I'll put that comment finally on record here. This is about the 3rd time here where I've come forward with a project that is ideally situated, and I like to see it move forward.
That's not right.
We're gonna have a debate about that later.
Yeah. So,
So this is a great location. I'm hitting all your policies. Your policies say put high density in Osborne Village. Your policies say enable medium residential. I'm doing that. Your policies say that. You've put a lot of infrastructure money into making it a walkable community. In terms of for pedestrian cycling, we're reducing parking. So we're aligning to all your policies and directions that the city of Winnipeg wants in terms of where we want density, where we want to locate it. This is the location to do it. We're doing a 7-story building shorter than buildings nearby. We're doing more parking than other buildings nearby. So we're looking to move forward with this project after quite some time here.
no questions? Thank you very much.
So at this time, we can move on to motions.
Great. There's no questions to you guys. Fine. Councilor Rollins, give me a second. So. Yeah, it'll take a minute. Councilor Rollins, it'll take a minute. Just so we can go through it.
It will take a 2-minute recess. Thanks. Okay, welcome back. We have a motion to move forward.
I move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
Just 1 second. Can everyone please be quiet so we can hear? Thank you.
Oh, yeah, see, I did this again.
Okay, Counselor Rowlands?
Sorry, I'm starting with the variance, as opposed to the DAZ. Okay. Because the variances is the amending, whereas this one's straight up. Okay, thank you, Mr. Harris. You made me. I move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion's carried.
I move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion's carried.
I move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and forwarded to the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development. Now, I'm going to move amendments, but not until I get to the variance.
Okay.
Look, I'm pleasing Mr. Harris. But I'm moving in support of this application. It's a two-parter. I'm moving for much of the same reasons that have been brought forward, including the residents themselves who have come forward, who embody in part why there is this level of density here, and it's because it's working. In the Roslyn neighborhood, there have been more residents in the last 4 years than in previous years. A growth of between 11 and 14% in previous years. A paper is coming out to my ward residents on why they should be proud of their advocacy in terms of growing the city up and not out, but also because it's responding to core housing need. People need a place to live, and whether it is the residents who live there themselves and care so much about their condo, representing the board as they do, and I've been a member of the condo board, that isn't easy at times, and there's a diversity of viewpoints always, or it's Mr. Winthrop on behalf of the applicant who's saying, you know, I've lived here for quite some time. There's still a desire to have that pedestrian environment that people enjoy. And I believe that with two amendments supporting livability, that I can support the public services recommendations here with a few exceptions. So that's the motion in support of what's working, essentially, Madam Chair. So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion's carried.
And I move that this hearing be adjourned with thanks, and then we move on to the variances.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion's carried.
Please note that the committee has made a recommendation on this matter that will now proceed to council. No further representations are permitted on the rezoning. All persons registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered by council.
Okay.
On to the variance.
Yes. So I move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion's carried.
I move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion's carried.
I move that in accordance with subsection 2473, the City of Winnipeg Charter, the variance is consistent with Plan Winnipeg, and any applicable secondary plan does not create a substantial adverse effect on the amenities, use, safety, and convenience of the adjoining property and adjacent area, including an area separated from property by a street or waterway, is the minimum modification of a zoning bylaw required to relieve the injurious effect of the zoning bylaw on the applicant's property, and is compatible with the area in which the property to be affected is situated. With respect to supporting reasons, I'm moving that the C and E part is as applied for, and against the C and E revisions of the public service, in hopes that the buildable area for livability inside the building can be supported a little bit more. It's important for all the reasons that have been stated on the record, to make sure that we're building climate friendly buildings. And this application has a very sensitive analysis at the end, which many of our reports do, reflecting on climate. And I can't reflect more on climate than than I had during the pandemic and also during recent fires, where occasionally you do need to air out your property and you sometimes you need to close your windows, let's be clear. But that vision that compact development and healthy neighborhoods go hand in hand is the Osborne Village Roslyn neighborhood vision. And it does mean that we're looking at land use, we're looking at transportation decision making, and we're looking at neighborhoods that are, you know, that work for people. And this one is a livable neighborhood that works for people. That's why more people are moving into it. So C&E is as applied for, is what I'm proposing to my colleagues. The rest of the public service amendments, I'm going to support. And for those reasons, sorry, I lost my track there.
No worries, because that was the supporting reasons. All those in favor?
Can I comment on that? So what just because I just looked over what it was. So what the amending motion was requested is to allow balconies.
So or allow the potential for a little bigger of a balcony. It's on the east and west sides. So in the report, the public service does a good job of explaining, well, this, you know, if this, not that, and so I'm saying, well, let's try to get east-west sides a bit bigger if we can in order to support livability just of the balcony constructions. And so that's my recommendation is C&E as applied for. The rest of the amendments are as is. I appreciate the collaborative process that it takes, but the rest of it is as is with the public service recommendations.
Okay, I would have liked to see something a little more on parking, but as we do at community committee, especially this committee, we do reference the knowledge and the right of the area councillor to put things forward.
Well, talk to me about parking though, if you want.
Seems a little low.
It seems a little low.
Seems a little low for me.
That's
still
of the public service recommendation.
43 of 70, we got it instead of 72, because the parking is incredible in there. But again, I know I heard the applicant talk about people don't need cars. There's lots of bus service in the area. People who are moving in will know that going into the project that they probably won't get a spot. If they do, whatever. These parking spaces, though, as we heard the applicant talk about, and again, I'm not sure if I can even ask this question. Are they for residents only, or could they be leased out to third parties?
We can't be asking those questions.
I know, that's my problem. So
if we can discuss it and debate it, my consideration.
It's a variance. So.
Yeah, my consideration with remaining with the public service recommendation on 43 parking spaces instead of 72 was that what was applied for was 21. And so fundamentally the public service is saying over 100% more than what was applied for, please. And which gets you to the 43 spots. And so that was a consideration of mine why I didn't move it up or down. It is. I'm sure if you're the applicant, you're not happy because they, as applied for, they wanted 21 spots. They're moving it underneath the building too. So yes, we'll see. And that's a consideration to hopefully a bit of a give so that they have a bit bigger of a buildable area on east-west. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
And I think there's car share and a lot of these are going to be now.
It's the largest car share in Winnipeg, Osborne Village. And I've been putting some car shares in too. So, and it is the site of a very popular pilot. So arguably, there's one sitting at that Safeway that more than one person I know parks at when parking isn't available. Anyways, thank you for the discussion.
So just, I want to make sure we wrap this up in a nice bow. This is the supporting reasons. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion is carried. Now moving on.
And I move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in as amended and the variances be approved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion's carried.
And I move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded unless Mr. Harris has an intervention that says otherwise.
Please note that the committee's decision with respect to this application may be appealed. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included on the order, which will be mailed to all persons registered. And I believe we did not call the question on that
Yeah,
one, so
can
we'll
I
go through
just
that.
have, everyone, just.
So moved.
Okay, all in favor?
Yes.
Motion's carried.
Okay. All right. Okay, are you ready to run?
Moving on.
We're gonna make sure everyone else may be out there, but we did say we would go and get the Brock people. And
Yeah.
then-
I can take a peek.
Yeah, just make sure nobody's left.
2 minutes. I'll trade.
Take a quick recess.
Yeah.
Run out there. I don't really want to recess if we don't. We're still live. Still live. We're still live. Oh, you do have to pee. Sorry. Yeah. Turns out. Oh my gosh. Welcome back, everybody. We're on item number 9, and I'll let the clerk go ahead and announce it.
Item 9 is a subdivision and rezoning at 707 and 711 Brock Street under file DASZ 33/2025. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, this is a combined hearing, and the following item will also be heard at the same time. Namely, item 10 is a variance at 707 and 711 Brock Street under file DAV 211638/2025D. Please note communications were received in support of and in opposition to the matter, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. The process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application, those registered in opposition, and those registered for information. The applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made, however, no new information is permitted. Speakers will be permitted 5 minutes for their presentations. All participants in the Zoom meeting have been muted and will only be permitted to speak when called upon. At this time, I'll turn it over to the planner for a brief overview.
All right, so this is 707 and 711 Brock Street. The subject properties are located on a corner on the west side of Brock Street and the north side of Grant Avenue in the Central River Heights
To
neighborhood.
clarify, so the properties are not, one property is facing Grant, the other property is inside, adjacent to it, not facing on Grant.
Correct, yes.
If we approve the subdivision, yes, it would.
True, yes, yes.
Want to clarify that.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not a side one.
Right, yes, one side is
This
just,
is going into the neighborhood.
and yes,
Okay.
yeah.
So I'm sure we'll clarify that.
The subject properties are 5,239 square feet respectively in area, which would be 10,478 square feet if consolidated. Both properties contain single-family dwellings built in 1953 that would be demolished if this moved forward. Under Complete Communities Direction Strategy 2.0, the properties are within the Mature Communities Policy Area and are zoned R1M Residential Single Family Medium. The applicant intends to develop a mixed-use building with 17 residential suites and 1 commercial unit on the southeast corner of the ground floor. The building is to be 45 feet in height. The development contains 12 vehicle parking spaces located within the building, accessed through the rear lane. The development would require a subdivision in order to consolidate the 2 properties. A rezoning to RMU residential mixed use is also required to support the proposal. The development requires variances for yards, parking spaces, and street edge landscaping, which are detailed in the variance report. The Public Service recommends approval of the subdivision and rezoning as well as the variances. The proposal meets the CCDS 2.0 vision of established neighborhoods to continue to evolve as complete communities, to increase the diversity of housing choices, improve housing affordability, and more efficiently use land infrastructure and services. CCDS 2.0 also supports small-scale, mixed-use, low-rise residential uses on arterial streets where compatible with adjacent land uses and where they can be conveniently served by transit and local community amenities. The Public Service has put forward a number of recommended conditions to place on the development if approved, including a zoning agreement to limit the height, the submission of an arborist report and protection of city-owned trees, the inclusion of bicycle parking as shown on the plans, and a signed service agreement with a car share provider. That concludes the summary, but happy to answer any questions as they come along. Thanks.
Okay. Questions? First of all, okay, this is a little unique in the arborist report that would come after, not part of this application.
Correct. Yes.
Too bad. River Heights kind of likes their trees. All right, so leave that one there. Comments to the applicant after that one. Without the variance of the 49 feet, what would it be the max allowed? 35?
So, I mean, there's different maxes because they're proposing
four-story fourplex.
Right. Well, because they're proposing to rezone to RMU, the standard height limit on RMU is actually 100 feet. So that's the main reason for the cap at 49. The Complete Communities 2.0 recommendation would be a maximum of 45 on arterials in this area. So the 49 feet more or less just gives a little bit of leeway. Yeah.
Okay. I have received a few calls about this application. So my question, was there consultation with the neighborhood?
That would be a better question for the applicant. Yeah.
We should be strongly encouraged. So I hope you know that, but okay.
But are they aware? I can ask if they're aware of it.
So yeah, to the best of my knowledge, there was not engagement. I saw some emails back and forth between councillors and developers. So and obviously there was collaboration with the planning department on some of the requested variances. But as far as I know, there was no community engagement.
I'm a little confused as well about why is a subdivision here? I recall just recently, another great opportunity for the Winnipeggers to have a say on when this happens is gone. Now they go land titles and they can subdivide a property without our approval. So why is this one here? I like it's here. But...
Yeah, so that I think what you're referring to is in reference to the consolidation piece, right? Where so that was a provincial ruling, but this application came in before that. So any application that comes forward past November 1st that requires a consolidation is not done through the subdivision process anymore, but goes through land titles, as you noted. But this application came in before that ruling.
Right. So in the future, application come in, neighborhood doesn't want a subdivision, too bad. The applicant, it's not going through a public hearing process anymore.
They would have to have the properties already consolidated if they were proposing something like this.
Yeah. There won't be any public hearings going forward on that.
For the consolidation piece, correct. Okay. For the rezoning, there still would be.
I'll be asked the applicant about sightlines. All right, I think I'm as right to go for now. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Moving on.
Okay, at this time we'll call for the applicant, Pedro Chagres. You'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation, and if you want to share your screen now with your presentation, you can certainly do so.
And there it is. Well, not good morning, but good afternoon. Sorry about that. Council and Public Works. My name's Pedro Chagres. I wear 2 hats. I'm a proud resident of River Heights of 539 Niagara. Been living there for 35 years. See the changes in our neighborhood. Looking forward to the future. I graduated in 1989 from Faculty of Architecture. My thesis was named Neighborhood Complexity. It worked on the book that Jane Jacobs wrote in 1961, basically saying we've destroyed our cities by creating residential neighborhoods that don't have mixed use or activities to interrelate our living experience, our eating experience, our yard people experience. And in this world we live today that's caught up in the phones, we needed even more social interaction. Osborne Village is a classic example of a successful neighborhood. Our neighborhoods around our urban area are changing. My neighborhood's changed. Houses are being torn down, brand new homes are being built, more value is being provided. Our our corridors are under need to become more active, to keep our young people living, keeping myself, I have grandchildren today, I want to stay in River Heights, but I can't live in my home, I want an apartment. We need more activity, we need more diversity in our neighborhoods. This is the spirit of our redevelopment. I'm associated now with several urban infill projects in Winnipeg that I'm very proud of, which have been, championed by the changes of our planning policy in this city, which is following suit with what's happening in Edmonton, Glenora neighborhood, Calgary, Kingsington. We're becoming a real city, not a suburban city, but a city, and a city full of diversity and interactions. And our project is to take on that next step of what our neighborhood needs to become. And we can speak to that next level, not hold ourselves back to the past, but move forward with good architectural solutions. And these solutions are shown already in Winnipeg. We have Harrow and McMillan, a very successful apartment block that was developed just recently. Beautiful project, fully used, accessible. I was part of another project, Wardlaw and Scott, which has also been very successful. We also just finished 1100 Corden, another infill project that has both commercial and office use. I'm an architect. Not only do I believe in this, I've studied it, I've written a master's thesis in it, and I really want to acknowledge the city's efforts and their administration in moving these type of projects forward. But I also respectively agree with neighbors' concerns and are here to hear them. We didn't have a public consultation, but we are having one, which is part of the development permit process, which is the next stage of our application. Today, we're asking for simply the rezoning and the variances associated to develop a multi-use, interactive, interrelated development in the suburb, the old suburb of River Heights, which has changed. It's not a suburb anymore, it's an urban environment. And we need to change that environment to become what it will be in 20, hopefully in 10 years. So our project is certainly an intervention. It's maybe even a process of a new thing happening, and more of it's going to happen. It's not a question of when, it's now. And we need to speak out clearly as residents of the neighborhood of what we want to expect. And we have lots of precedents across our wonderful country that can show us that. So this project is in that same spirit. We're not reinventing the wheel. We are designing a building that is in consistency with, that original criticism that Jane Jacobs had in 1961, 5-6 years after River Heights was developed. A criticism of a residential neighborhood with no commercial zones, no activities that promote interrelationship with families and people. So this project, we're asking simply for a rezoning to put in a multi-use, a very small multi-use, but predominantly low-rise, mid-rise residential. We're providing, to be very clear, we're providing 3 one-bedroom units and the remainder are 2-bedroom units with den. So they're fairly significant in size. And these are really meant for residents of River Heights that are looking for, one more minute if I can.
Okay, all in favor?
Bye.
Motion's carried. Go ahead.
My preamble kind of shook up a bit. So we've provided a facility to house residents of River Heights, people that want to move out of their homes into apartments. Right now, there aren't options for that to happen. And we want to be that provider and the developer that provides those infill opportunities. The building is a main floor is covered parking, and we do ask for back lane access, but it is within the footprint of the building.
And it's 12 stalls that are augmented by a car share agreement, which provides up to 12, an equivalent of 12 stalls. We also provide bike stalls that will alleviate the pressures for parking. It is a development that's low in impact, interrelates with the community, and the massing of the project is significant, but not significantly higher than what a normal 2-story, 2.5-story building home is. And so the building height and massing is not significant. The building elevations, we try to use materials.
That was the,
Okay.
thank you. Questions, Councillor Rollins?
So I'm having, I see significant front yard and side yard setbacks here. And that the public service is supporting them. Sometimes it is interesting to go do back to back hearings, because in the previous hearing in my neighborhood, I noticed an insufficient street edge landscaping. And it was turned down by the public service. And here I see you've applied for insufficient street edge landscaping too, and it's been supported. And I see 12 parking spaces instead of 22 spaces, and the 100% reduction is being supported by the public service. And I guess the first question is, the yards, front and side yards, are going to be very different for Brock residents. So for Grant residents, that's a side yard. So
yes,
it's hard for folks reading this. I guess the question, you heard Councilor Orlikow ask it off the top, what is the front?
Right.
And so am I to read that you've applied for a front yard off Grant Park that is 5 feet instead of 30 feet side yard, and a south side yard of 6 feet instead of 20 feet? Or is that what we understand is the Brock side facing?
So I can have Dylan clarify that, but the Brock Street is the frontage, and we've created a terraced setback condition there. So if you look at the plan, the setback is reduced to 5 feet at the corner of Grant and Brock, and the front yard of along 711 and 707 is terraced back with increments of 5 feet. So the closer we get to the residential, we've also maintained the sight lines from the home directly to Grant Street. So the front yard's been very to 5 feet, but in the actuality, it's been terraced.
It's been terraced
to allow to introduce the threshold of the residential neighborhoods and respect the frontage of the existing residential bungalow.
I see.
And that red line,
it
gives you that clear vision. So from the person's front door and front entrance or front window to the living room, you can see that intersection. And that building's been terraced not only in plan, it's been terraced in building elevation and mass. So this part ends up pulling back to allow the visibility.
And you open the door, what you're calling a simple rezoning is always in the eye of the beholder.
Correct.
But, and you want River Heights residents to speak out. But when designers aren't necessarily engaging off the hop on the rezoning process, what is that interrelationship then, Madam Chair, through you? If you want to speak out, doesn't it follow that then you engage the residents?
Yes. I understand your question, and so there's the bulk zoning variances that we have to get to, and then there's the design. What we've done here is we've given the administration a full delineated design to acknowledge the variances that are required. We still are required to do the development permit, which is the next step, which is the final manipulation of those. And that's going to happen. That public consultation is still going to occur to allow that process to be an event. But the rezoning is, again, it's technical, and the bulk variations or the variances associated to the zoning bulk requirements are being requested to be varied. we've introduced the drawings as a clear indicator to illustrate the reasoning behind why we're asking what we do, which kind of preempts the development permit process. Unfortunately, they're separate. We have to go through one before we apply for the other. That's just the previously, we used to be able to do them all together.
Madam Chair, when, if I may, when someone says this simple part is the rezoning,
Yeah. Yes.
I am inclined to challenge the applicant that this is the moment that folks are most interested in.
Sure.
Because this is the rezoning part, and Jane Jacobs herself, I think, had things to say about zoning in particular, not development
Use.
permits.
Yeah.
Right? This is that moment that one would speak, right? Okay.
And to your point, I agree with you. There is no, that engagement is going to be had.
Okay, so she's gonna.
And then parking, 12 instead of 22. Can you comment on that? This is both a commercial and it's a residential. So that means that the parking for those like myself who might want to shop at future X store or X cafe, there's no client parking planned here, and there is half the residential parking planned. Can you walk me through that?
Yeah, again, the parking requirement is based on 1 per unit, which is 17 units, plus the lower level retail, which is 1 stall per spot, which we have 900 square feet of retail. So it's not a significant square footage of commercial. Nevertheless, it's 917 square feet, requiring the 1 stall plus 17.
That would be 18, not 12 though, right? Madam Chair?
Yeah, we're required 17.
And you've applied for 22 instead of 12?
Nope, we've allowed for 13 plus a car share parking stall, which equates to another 12.
Oh, I see.
Right. And there's also urban reduction of 20%. So the calculation is done as a totality, and then you subtract the 20% urban infill, and then we added the car parking share agreement into the project. And we've designated that this year on the site plan. So we actually exceed the parking requirement.
Okay, that's my questions.
I just have a question. Why would you not put the building off of Grant? It's a Grant Gordon.
Grant.
I mean, why are you putting it off of Brock Street?
Well, it is a residential building. So what we're trying to do is interconnect the residential fabric of the neighborhood with our building, which is predominantly 98% of it is residential. We don't want our residents turning their back from Brock. They want to be part of the neighborhood. Grant isn't the neighborhood. Grant is a thoroughfare. It's a commercial thoroughfare. And, unfortunately, in 1959, they built Grant as a major thoroughfare with residences on the boundary of a major thoroughfare. As Jane Jacobs indicated in 1961, that's erroneous planning that we did back in those days. Now we have an opportunity to make that opportunity work for the residents. So I understand why Grant should be the address, but in fact, it's better for it to be Brock because we want our residents to be part of River Heights. It's not
commercial off of Grant then?
Yeah, just a small, this is the commercial aspect comes off the corner of Grant, connecting it to the pedestrian thoroughfare and the traffic off Grant Avenue, kind of keeping with the commercial zoning of the property.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Any other questions?
Yeah, so I believe I heard, and you correct me if I'm wrong, you're going for RMU because we need more amenities that service the neighborhood so we can all get together and be a community. Is that what you said?
Absolutely.
So besides the fact that we have a massive school and a massive park, and then we have commercial just a block and a half away, that's not enough. We need to have more space.
Well, as our neighborhood is growing and smaller homes are being replaced with larger homes and more people, and there's also a demand for the elderly to live and age in their neighborhood, we're trying to keep them there. And so, yes, more commercial requirements will start being needed. People now work from home. People stay in home for their employment. They need coffee shops. We find that in our 1100 Corydon development, it's amazing the outreach and demand we've had on our building, not only for office space, but for commercial use. Right. People want to stay in their neighborhoods. People want to have their coffee. They want to maybe go to a gathering of jewelry making or pottery making.
I understand that.
Yeah.
So
it's more activities.
So, right, which I would argue that, commercial is not good everywhere. That argument could just say, oh, well, open up the floodgates, do what you want, because we have to have commercial anywhere. It's we had an applicant before saying, get rid of all height zoning, get rid of any unit stuff, because we should do zoning, because we have to have development everywhere. So again, the context, it would be really nice, I believe, if you met with the neighborhood and asked about this zoning RMU, and seeing if that's something they agreed on. That would have been really helpful today. Unfortunately, with your Corydon property, which is facing a street, it's a whole, that's why I quickly moved in. Corydon is on Corydon. There's side by side Corydon. It's on a commercial all around it. So, and you did a great public consultation there, and the neighborhood came out pretty happy. Well, that didn't happen here. The neighborhood's not happy.
No, and I appreciate it. Believe me, I'm a neighbor and I'm a resident of.
I don't appreciate it if you didn't do it. So that's my problem. So you also said, we have to, we need to do this. And we have actually done it to Housing Accelerator Fund. You actually, as of right, can do 8 units on both property, 4 and 4, as of right. You don't have to come and ask us for this, but you want to do more than that. You want to put an RMU in there, commercial, and you want to have more units. So I got that, but there is the other option of where both my colleagues here supported it. I had a hard time with it, mostly because of the problem with public hearings. So I'm glad that people showed up for this one, so we can talk about this and have these information sessions. However, you are, some people would say, you're taking up a massive amount of that lot. And you just look at the variances. The 25-foot setback, it's really important to this neighborhood. It always has been. It's a bellwether. And now, and cap properties, they can move a bit forward. But again, the McMillan property, which you posted out, which I had a big battle at the time, and I think it has gone out pretty good already. It's not this big. Not this large.
It's actually larger.
With the building form, but not the number of units.
Yeah.
And they don't have and they don't have commercial. So it's a totally different allocate. I don't like that kind of play with words. They're totally different processes. So my question is, do you believe that the scale of this building is on this residential building, which is not actually a residential building, it's an RMU building, actually is in keeping with the neighborhood? Obviously you do because you made the application, but I think you did.
I think it's a fair question. The commercial piece is a very small. Thing about commercial is having congruent commercial for residential communities. We're talking like a corner store here. We're not talking, a dollar store. We're not talking a Schmitty's. We're talking a small community commercial intervention. This is going to be, we don't know what it'll be. It could be a property management office. It could be a little insurance outlet. It could be a little, workshop for jewelry making. These type of uses are the ones that we envision here. But we're not meant to be intense commercial. This is community, residential, commercial space. Going back to the days of corner stores, little shops, and this is what's starting to happen. We're trying to recreate Bridgewater that way. What we're trying to do with this project is give River Heights that opportunity with small commercial intervention and opportunity. So that's number one. Number two, the fitting in of the footprint of the building provides for parking, more limited, but also terraces the setbacks off Brock Street. Brock, we wanted to ensure that we maintain and create a threshold, almost like a gateway into Brock. And so the setbacks terrace and respect the residential nature. In fact, it enhances it. And what we've done here is also set the entrance to our residents off Brock. So they are part of the community. When they're walking their dogs, they're coming off the sidewalk that they've just, talked to the neighbor next door. How are you doing, John? And this is what we're trying to, and that's why the interface of Grant is truly a commercial zone. It's not Corden, it's heavier than Corden. So it needs a little bit of commercial intensity, but still community. But we have to still allow these building densities that are going to occur on Grant in the future to echo the residential street. And so we think we're successful in creating almost a gateway on Broad with this building.
Yeah, that's good. Let's give me my notes here. Do you have any concern about the fact that a very large school and a very large daycare are right off that back lane for any traffic problems and concerns about that going on around that area? We had it before with a property on Corden and Niagara. No, it was a Corden and it's in Turtle. Yeah. So where we raised concerns about having that much traffic flowing right around William, because that's, if I get any more calls, which I do a lot, and I wish I could help them more, of the children trying to cross Grant to get to William Osler, it's brutal. They have I think 12 patrols there. Do you have any concern that this is going to generate some confusion there in the corner?
I mean, we come off Grant into the back lane, and we're I think we're above 50 feet in of the corner. That's 50 feet. So we have quite a bit of buildup to allow people to come and go into the off Grant. So you're not stacking in any way. You're coming into the back lane and parking on the most, furthest away from the intersection of the back lane and Grant. So from that perspective, I don't see that as a problem of confusion. People will come and go and have ample space to get onto Grant and get off Grant. It's not a heavy use in terms of the building. A building is, a light in terms of population's quite low.
Okay.
But in terms of the intensity on Grant, as a resident, I appreciate it. It's a busy street. It's a major thoroughfare. Traffic lights are kind of long and drawn out. I think there needs to be probably some traffic lights added somewhere on Grant. That's going to be an inevitable thing that needs to be added. You speed from all the way from.
Thank you. Responded.
That's fine. Because again, traffic lights drive traffic into neighborhoods too. Okay. I'll have maybe some more questions at a later point, but I do have a number for the administration coming. Okay, thank you.
Any other
Thank you.
questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation.
Should I leave this for rebuttal at all?
Yeah, you can leave it there.
Okay, thank you.
I'll stop the sharing. You'll just need to reshare.
Oh, sure.
Also in support of the application, and I apologize for any mispronunciations, Peter Giannuzzi. Peter, if you'd like to come forward. Okay. Excellent. We also have Tony Kappa? Not speaking as well? Okay, and just to confirm, is there anyone else here who would like to speak in support of the application? Seeing none, we'll move on to those in opposition. First, we have Alexandra Eskenazi. Alexandra, if you'd like to come forward.
Runs low.
Thank you. I live at 686 Brock Street. So I'm 6 houses in, and my children go to École Sir William Osler. I think our community has come together over the past couple weeks after seeing these notices go up very, very quietly at the end of our street. That we respectfully disagree with a lot of the points that were just brought up. And I think some of my neighbors have a lot more technical points to bring up. But for me, who walks by the route down Brock, down Grant, and across 4 times a day, I see this as a big concern for my family and for other families in the neighborhood.
for the amount of traffic that it may bring, for the amount of cars that it may bring to the street where my children play and cross the street multiple times a day, especially spring, summer, fall. And as much as I do agree with neighborhoods being poorly planned in the past, I don't think that just putting a large building, multi-use building on the corner of our street is going to be the solution. I have lived in 3 different countries. I've lived in countless cities and countless Canadian cities, and I've seen neighborhoods change and grow, and I just can't wrap my head around how putting a 4-story building on the end of a street with bungalows, not even very many 2-story houses, is a good idea. Density, yes, maybe the fourplex, the adding duplexes, triplexes in there is a possibility, but something of this scale, it's just far too large for this neighborhood. We moved in 2021 and love the neighborhood, and we love a lot of the characteristics. One thing that I always look at is the walkability and what's around and coffee shops. And as much as I wish there was a nice local coffee shop to get to that wasn't on Corydon or down on Taylor, they are, and they are walkable. The sidewalks maybe could be more walkable, but they're certainly there to get to. So I'm just here to support my neighborhood and bring my opposition to the table. So
I don't see any questions, but thank you very much for coming out.
Next in opposition is Marlene Sturry.
Welcome.
Everyone looks down there. You know, my name is Marlene Sturry, and I have been a long-term resident of Brock Street. And so I appreciate this opportunity to speak, but also I grew up in River Heights, so I'm quite passionate about the area as a wonderful family experience for growing families. I'm speaking about my concerns regarding this proposed development at 707 and 711, and I understand you're living in the area.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Oh, just to you. Sorry. I just,
Okay,
I don't want it to be taken totally negatively on a personal level. That's really what I'm getting at. So with the density and scale, the proposal, and I'm repeating a lot of what's probably already been said. The proposal places 17 residential units across 2 combined lots, which represents a major intensification far beyond what Brock Street was designed to handle. Even with a lot of consolidation, the scale remains out of proportion to the single-family homes and smaller residential structures around it. And she was correct about the number of bungalows versus 2 stories. There are not a lot of 2-story homes on the street on the west side. River Heights was not built for this level of density on a narrow residential street. Increasing from 2 homes to 17 units creates pressure on traffic, parking, waste services, and pedestrian safety that cannot be absorbed without a negative impact. And especially in the mornings, the number of children walking to William Osler now or to Brock Corydon, it's beautiful to see. The insufficient parking. The development includes only 12 parking spaces for 17 units, ensuring that overflowing parking will spill onto Brock Street and adjacent blocks. This will increase congestion and make navigation more difficult for residents and service vehicles. Whether you need the plumber or the electrician, it's going to be difficult. Proximity to schools, daycare, and community institutions. This proposed building sits on one of the busiest pedestrian zones in the area. Within a short distance are a school, a daycare directly across the street at Grant and Brock, a synagogue at the corner of Fleet and Grant at Brock, and another school and public playground further down Brock towards Cordon. Children, families, and seniors use this area consistently, increasing traffic and parking pressure so close to these institutions raises avoidable safety risks, especially during the busy school and daycare times. Traffic and safety concerns. Brock Street already experiences congestion during school drop-off and pickup times and during synagogue events. An additional 17 units will increase traffic volume and reduce visibility for pedestrians and drivers, particularly for the young children crossing the streets and playing in the streets. Garbage and recycling. A building with 17 units will produce a large amount of garbage and recycling waste each week. Pickup will occur in the back lane, but this will generate additional traffic in that back lane, creating congestion and potential safety issues for residents who use the back lane for parking, access, or walking. Commercial use concerns. While the proposal includes space for commercial use, but the type of business and hours of operation have not been specified. If the commercial space becomes a restaurant or other high-traffic business, it could further increase congestion, parking demand, and pedestrian conflicts in the already busy area. Sorry. The infrastructure capacity. Local sewer, drainage, water, and electrical systems were not designed for this level of density. Winter Street access and snow removal are already challenged on Brock Street. A development of this magnitude will add strain to infrastructure that is already at or near capacity. Neighborhood character. Sorry, is that me gone?
Another 2 minutes granted by Councilor
okay.
Rhodes. All in favor? Motion's carried.
Oh, thank you. River Heights has long been a quiet, stable, low-density, family-oriented area. A 17-unit complex, even on 2 lots, does not fit the character of the street or the broader neighborhood and would create a lasting negative change. Conclusion. While community supports appropriate, responsible infill, we are opposed to overdevelopment that exceeds the safe and sustainable limits of the neighborhood. The proposal complex at 707 and 711 Brock Street is too large, too dense, and too impactful for River Heights, particularly given the unknown nature of the commercial space and the additional traffic, could be at all hours, would generate in the back lane area. For this reason, I respectfully ask council to reject this proposal or require it to be significantly reduced in size and intensity to match the capacity and character of the area. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? No. Thank you very much for your presentations.
Okay, our next speaker in opposition is Sheldon Sturry. Okay. Up next, we have Justin Cameron.
Put your jacket with it.
Welcome.
Well, thank you. Hello, Justin Cameron here. I'm going to try and keep it brief because obviously I think you're going to hear a lot of the same points repeated. I've been in the neighborhood for about 5 years now. I've just mostly finished going through the school construction. I live almost directly across it. So a lot of my concerns are coming from some of that experience here. But touching on the main ones, like trying to group it up here, is talking about the scale, the density, and how this actually fits into the neighborhood. I don't see how this fits into being sensitive or compatible with their existing developments around it. Looking through the area about how much is just R1M currently versus moving over to that, you don't see that zoning happening here. Even going farther down Grant to where we have established multi-unit places, they are Now, it's a bit actually or nitpicky, but they are along Grant. They aren't along the residentials. They're stretching out the sideways, not the up the street, including having access to it from Grant, which this building doesn't. This all the access is off of Brock here. Along that lines, I should talk about the parking that's been referenced. Everybody's going to touch on that one here, but the parking lot being accessed off of the back lane. I think the answer there was it was 50 feet. Sorry, I didn't mean to look over, but 50 feet going back off the back lane raises some immediate concerns around cars having to come in and out. That's not only just those residents, that's everybody else trying to leave down that back lane as well as come on. And touching on the school, because my kids also go to, or at least one of my kids right now goes to William Osler. That back lane is a heavily trafficked crossing. That is the cross the kids will take on their way to the crosswalk, which is dicey at best to get across the street there. So major concerns around how that's all going to snap together. In line, talking about that back lane, I think I had a question. Maybe this is less me understanding the process and more just wanting to know more. But from the diagram, the trash appeared to be sort of 4 individual units to pick up. I wonder how that's going to work with 17 residential units and how much trash that's going to generate. And open up the next question of if it's a commercial trash removal, as in like a bin, how would that even work on a very tight back lane? Referencing a little bit of my experience with the school build, and this is maybe my personal experience, so looking for understanding again, is there was a lot of conversation during engagement during the school build about why not extending out the parking lot that was already existing for William Osler. And at the response, we were told it was unsafe and would not be considered to add I think it was the 10 spots there. So immediately I go to the place of that back lane is a single residential lane. There's no houses on one side of them. This is a double-sided one. So I do wonder how this is considered okay if the previous one was considered unsafe, because we've doubled the number of houses that are off there. Again, sort of trying to tie it all together here a little bit. There's also the traffic concern. I think it was touched on. The school's finishing. It will be ready, it looks like, for next year. And I think the original number we were told, we're expecting to see an extra 170 to 180 students coming in there. There will be 7 and 8 as the main goal, which means expect to be dropped off, not school bused into there, which leads to major concerns around the viability of any traffic assessment that's currently done, because it will have substantial changes based off what reality happens in September. I.e., do we have 10 kids show up or do we have 170 new kids show up there? I have a question about the comment about the shadow and sunlight lines. I know the plan specifically called out a 45-degree angle. I would like to point out on slide 25 or page 25 of the deck provided, that 45-degree line does clip through the building. So to me, that's not a true 45. And again, more of an understanding or not understanding here, but that 45-degree line starts 12 feet above the ground, which would imply to me that actually there's going to be a fair amount of sunlight lost on the surrounding buildings, even with the it not being right on the property line. I'm going to try and wrap it up here, and just the common statement, I think I also heard it during the original information around here, is just the sheer number of variances being required here. The rezoning, it just leaves me with the impression that there is an alternate approach, or it's just not a good fit for the scenario. Okay, now I'm good. I'm done. Okay.
Don't see any questions. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you very much. I do apologize. I have to run out. I want to say thank you for all the time.
We saw your jacket.
Okay, our next speaker in opposition to the application is Aaron Cohen.
There's a USB port I can plug into.
Yeah.
Is it all right if I just yank this without breaking your USB?
Yeah, that's what you have to do.
Okay, just yanking it.
Yeah.
All right. Good. Yeah, I went all up.
Oh, yeah, great.
Good afternoon, councilors. I'm Aaron Cohen. I'm the homeowner of 643 Brock, which is just 12 houses from the proposal at 707 and 711. Here today to speak a strong opposition to the proposed subdivision and rezoning of the associated variance application. While these words are my own, I feel I speak for many of the residents in our neighborhood I've been speaking to over the past week or so, including 2 this morning. I want to be clear. I am not in opposition to development. Our neighborhood supports thoughtful, context-sensitive growth. This proposal is not that. What is being brought to council is a project that disregards the city's own planning documents, ignores the development guidelines and for mature communities, and places unnecessary strain on a street already operating near capacity. Oh, this doesn't go easily. I just want to point out, and you already brought this forward, Councillor Orlico, that there were no prior notice to the residents in the area. These signs just came up on November 6th. Stands in stark contrast to other successful infill projects in River Heights, where meaningful engagement has resulted in stronger designs and neighborhood support. In this case, residents learned about the property only by chance when signs appeared on the property. Meaningful consultation is a core value of the city's infill strategy, and here it was entirely absent. Sorry, this is another slide of that. As spoken to earlier, the variances, including the setback distances, go against the small scale and low rise residential development guidelines for mature communities. Section 8.0 for low rise multi-unit residential buildings that sets clear minimums. I want to point out the line under 8.111. In no case shall the minimum front yard setback be less than 10 feet. As well, for the rear yard, in no case shall the minimum rear yard setback be less than 25 feet. And the same goes for the side yard, which will abut 703 Brock, which is asking for 11 feet instead of 20. Here's a big, sorry, I lost my spot. These are not minor relaxations. They fundamentally reshape the massing and the streetscape of our block. These are not ambiguous interpretations, they're explicit standards, and the project simply ignores them. The project also requests a far above guideline minimum for maximum lot size or maximum use of the lot. 1 point, the minimum setback and separation distance have not been met. For this case, they were asking for 77% lot coverage, which is way above the 50% for most uses, and did a rendering here of how this changes the scape of our street. It's too big for the lot. I just want to point out similar builds that have been done in the area or have been approved. This is the fourplex on Borbank and Corden that Councilor Orlico, you opposed the front yard setback that was requesting 26 feet to keep it at 33, noting that even the modest shift pushed beyond the intent of the guidelines. And the Turnbull Whitaker Insurance Building, which also Councilor Orlico, you lauded the applicants for conducting a thorough consultation and design sensitively to the neighborhood character. Neither of those were present here. This has been spoken to a lot about parking. I honestly can't say anything more than what has already been spoken. The school proximity. This is an issue. The school is expanding to K-8 in 2006, as it's already been spoken. And the new daycare that my son attends opened this summer, and this pressure will only increase. The school had to do a traffic study in 2023 for this expansion, and it forecasts an extra 1,000 trips per day on Brock Street, including 120 daily vehicles south of Grant, which is the block that this proposal is for. Introducing a building this large with insufficient parking into this context is not just irresponsible planning, it's dangerous. Sorry, this is the traffic study. I just want to point out the traffic study suggested a no right turn sign during pickups. As well, there's a no stopping during rush hour times on Grant. So there is no parking on Grant. Those have already been put up. There's also a lane that was proposed to go in. Coming back to the Complete Communities 2.0 strategy, I just want to point out that this is not as sensitive and complementary to our existing developments in the area. My proposal, and as you mentioned earlier, fourplexes have, as council approved this summer, fourplexes have an as of right ability. I'm almost done. Just 1 minute.
Okay, all in favor? Motion is carried. Okay.
A fourplex or similarly scaled development which follows setbacks, parking requirements, and design guidelines would add housing with respecting the form of the neighborhood. We're not asking for nothing. We're just asking for the right thing. This proposal appears designed to test how many guidelines can be bent, ignored, or erased. It is incompatible with Winnipeg 2025 vision, Complete Communities 2.0, and the Mature Communities Guideline. It disregards our neighborhood character, street capacity, parking constraints, school safety, and a basic need for public engagement. For these reasons, I respectfully ask that you reject this request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, thank you very much for your presentation. Okay.
Sorry, I use Max.
Okay, our next speaker in opposition is going to be Ratna Pandey. If you'd like to come forward, you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Apologies if I mispronounced your name.
You say good enough?
I'm always happy.
You're not related to Walden. I'm related to Walden. No, okay. But we worked together on Osler. Hey, I'm like, I know you. Okay. Full disclosure, we know each other, but it's from the school. It was from my school trustee days. Yes.
Okay.
Just for the record.
Yeah.
I'm like,
40 years ago?
it was 40 years ago.
It was a very long time ago. Good day, members of council, neighbors and fellow residents. My name is Ratna Pandey and I'm proud to call River Heights home. Since moving here in 2003, I've lived here for 22 years. I've seen firsthand how our quiet streets, mature trees, and welcoming neighbors create a sense of belonging and safety for families. These qualities are the foundation of our community's identity and the reason so many choose to live here. I live at 716 Cordova, which is literally across the back lane from this development, and the parking exit would be right onto my parking pad. I'm here to express my concerns regarding the proposed development at the corner of Brock and Grant and urge the city to reject this proposal for the well-being of our community. We are a vibrant and close-knit community. The character of our neighborhood is defined by its peaceful environment and strong sense of belonging. Preserving these qualities is essential to maintaining the safety, comfort, and appeal that make River Heights special. The scale and character of the proposed building is incompatible with the surrounding homes. I live in one of the only two-story homes surrounding this development. Everything else is a bungalow around us. The scale and character are totally incompatible. At 45 feet tall and with minimum setbacks, this structure would overshadow neighboring properties, reduce privacy, and disrupt the established streetscape. I'd have balconies looking onto my backyard, which makes me kind of nervous. Furthermore, the development is located across from a school that will soon, as we said, expand by approximately 175 students and now a substantially larger daycare, increasing traffic flow, parking needs, and safety concerns for children and pedestrians. Approving this project risks setting a precedent for further incompatible developments in our neighborhood and more safety concerns. One of the other concerns I would like to bring up is the construction risks. River Heights sits atop expansive clay soils, which everybody knows shift constantly. But having a development that's going to be potentially driving piles into the ground, new homes often require 36 piles for stability. Heavy equipment and pile driving construction can transmit vibrations, increasing the risk of cracks and foundation shiftings in nearby homes. Residents, especially those in older homes not built on piles, which is the majority of the homes around, are concerned about potential construction-related damage and loss of property value. We need clear accountability for any damages that may result. Who will be compensating homeowners for these damages? Traffic has been addressed. One of the things that we struggle with is sight lines out of that back lane. And if you increase traffic and parking along those areas, it's definitely going to affect safety, especially for the children of our neighborhood.
we've talked a lot about parking. We've addressed the 17 units, 12 parking spots, but nobody's really mentioned the fact that these people are going to have visitors. You know, there's going to be service people. There's going to be potentially emergency vehicles that need access. The back lane is already extremely narrow. Summer tends to have lots of potholes, and winter has lots of ruts because it is such a very, very narrow back lane. This increased use from additional vehicles will create even more problems. And parking flow or overflow parking is not just going to affect Grant, it's going to also affect Cordova, which is already fully full of cars from the school development. We're asking for transparent communication through impact assessments and meaningful engagement with the community before any decisions are made. And let me be clear, River Heights is not opposed to progress. We understand the need for new housing and mixed use spaces. However, this proposal is the wrong scale in the wrong location and does not fit our community. If approved, it will erode the safety, character, and livability that define River Heights. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next in opposition is Jim Godot. Jim, if you'd like to come forward, 5 minutes to make your presentation.
It's pronounced Gadieu.
Gadieu.
Welcome.
But that's all the French you're gonna get from me. I live at 724 Brock, which is kitty corner to the proposed building of this apartment building. I won't go through all the things that have already been talked about, but I do have a couple of pragmatic concerns. With regard to the setbacks of 5 feet and 6 feet, the sidewalks on Brock and Grant are very busy because of the school right across the street. Where is the snow from the sidewalks going to go when they're plowed? Where is the snow from the parking lot of the building going to go? Why is an apartment block needed in this area? There are parking apartment buildings throughout the area that retired people can move into. These are readily found on Lanark Street, on Taylor Avenue, on Grant Avenue. And there's a new condo building on the corner of Grant and Niagara that frequently comes to market. I don't know why. What there is a shortage of in South River Heights is affordable single unit homes, such as 707 and 711. Small bungalows for sale or rent are hard to come by, and those that do come to the market are quickly snatched up. The zoning variance is going to make, with these parking variances, a nightmare for people that live on Brock and Grant. We all know what it's like driving down a River Heights street where parking is on one side and you've got to maneuver in and out to go down the street. When the parking is bumper to bumper all the way from one end of Brock to the other, where is the driver going south going to go when he's confronted with someone going north? As it stands now, I can't park in front of my house because of the zoning restriction. Neither can my next door neighbor. So parking is at a premium, and as people before me have pointed out, there's going to be a number of residents that don't have a parking stall. There are people that will visit these residents. There are people that will visit the commercial unit. And there will be maintenance and service professionals who have to work in the building, and where are they going to park? I'm really surprised that there hasn't been more talk about safety. This is a huge school across the street from the unit. Safety should be of utmost concern. Adding 17 families will already exacerbate the congested traffic. And as it stands now, traffic for people heading north on Brock at Grant is restricted to right turns only at peak times, which means people will not be able to access their apartment. There's no green space and there's a proposal, nor is there a playground for the children. There are no other 4-story structures in the residential area. Why must the privacy of current residents be infringed on this way? And why the same for access to the sun? Canada Post has announced that they're ending mail at home delivery. This will only add to the problem with 17 new families having to access mail somewhere on the site or nearby, or and finally, Justin mentioned it, but the people on the south side of Brock have been through this construction phase at William Osler School for 3 years. We don't relish looking forward to another 1 or 2 years directly across the street. There's a lot of impact to the residents in terms of parking. The workers have to have somewhere to park. The staging of the equipment used in the build is going to be overwhelming. And we don't, as I say, welcome another 2 to 3 years. I'm done.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Our next 2 presenters were to appear over Zoom. However, I'm not seeing them in the meeting, so I'll just see if they're in the gallery. First was Janelle Carver and Chris Carver. Okay. Up next, then, we will call forward Derek Russell. Not seeing Derek. And Carmela Castellano Sinclair. And just as a point of information, Carmela is the final person that I have pre-registered to speak in opposition. If anyone hasn't been called and would like to speak, if you could just fill out one of the forms on the table at the front.
Hey, hello to all the council people and to all my neighbors. Nice to see you here. I'm Carmela Castellano Sinclair from 654 Brock Street. And I already submitted quite a lengthy application in opposition of what has been proposed. And so I don't feel like, I feel like I want to say ditto to all of you that have spoken in opposition to save some time. But I just want to take a couple of minutes to say what I'm not sure has been said as clearly as I would like it to have been said, and it's to speak to the spirit of the application. So we have a developer who has said to us that the spirit behind this development is for interrelationships to develop that are essential. And what is missing here is the developer's knowledge of our community, blatantly excluded us from the process of consultation, completely aware of how it's done because of their experience and their capacity to have done it in the past with other developments. What they don't know about the community is that we are intergenerational. We are a community that has cultural diversity. We have faith diversity. We have ample opportunity where we come together to develop our interrelationships. We are a community that cares for neighbors and we clean each other's yards. We babysit each other's kids. We've been there 16 years and our children were babysat by children on that street and now are babysitting for others. We take care of our seniors who are no longer driving and we take them to the grocery store. We have a synagogue with rich, beautiful spiritual life that brings in community. On the other end, we have a beautiful school that is expanding and growing full of diversity and adding to our community diversity and experiences. And we have a wonderful community center and Brock Horton that brings in teams and sports and people from other neighborhoods that have grown to feel welcomed in our community when they come to visit, and those that stay do as well. So I just don't want the developer to minimize the importance and beauty of what is already there and to blanket this all in an energy of saying that they're here to help us create relationship. Because what I say to my neighbors is thank you for the 16 years that I've had a beautiful relationship with you all. And I know many of you, some of you who are here have been longtime residents for 45 years plus and have handed your wonderful homes down to the next generation as well. And nobody here is saying that they are adverse to development and bringing people into our community. But it is the process in a world that is so divided right now and creates so much diversity and opposition. This developer could have done better and should have done better in my opinion. So I just wanted that stated. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
And oh, can I add this? My children having.
You gotta sit down though.
Sorry, one last thing. My children would be here wagging their fingers at the developers. And they're the next generation.
Personal and imputing the rights. And your job is,
Pardon me.
we
Oh,
have to have
take
a
that back.
decorum.
Let it go.
Yeah.
That's not,
Thank you.
that's.
Yeah, you agree. You made a boo-boo.
Okay, so that concludes those who had pre-registered to speak in opposition. Just to confirm, is there anyone else in the gallery who would like to speak in opposition? Sure. Perfect. If I could just get you to fill out one of the forms at the front.
You get her to speak and then she can.
That's not a problem.
So we'll have you speak and then fill out. Yeah, sure. That's just for time.
Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Valerie Wright. I'm a resident of Brock Street. I echo everything that all of my neighbors have said, either on Brock or Cordova. And I made a few notes, so I'm not that prepared. I'm winging it.
It's all right.
And I don't public speak very well, so this is hard. It feels like the safety issue has been discussed. The view of the neighborhood has been discussed, primarily bungalow homes. And having this large monstrosity on the end of a very short street does seem out of scope, out of proportion to what the neighborhood is. And I don't feel that a large building can be an adequate gateway to Brock Street, a gateway neighbor to the neighborhood of Brock Street, when Brock Street, my section, starts at Fleet and ends at Grant. Brock continues on the whole way. I feel like I want to speak in protection of the rest of Brock Street or the rest of the homes and neighbors in River Heights, where it is primarily a residential neighborhood. There's a lot of opportunities for mixed use dwellings or mixed use buildings on Taylor Avenue and the new Parker development. I've watched that land get flattened over the past couple of years. So I feel if you want to develop mixed-use buildings, perhaps look at the areas that are being built specifically for that reason. To revitalize River Heights is interesting. I understand revitalization of older neighborhoods is valuable. I don't think there's very many properties that go up for sale in River Heights that remain on the market for months and months and need revitalization. So in a vital neighborhood, I feel keep the scope of or keep the spirit of the neighborhood intact, have businesses in a business district. If you're talking about accessing the busing, try busing off of Grant. It's not that easy. Try busing off of Cordon, a little bit easier, but not great. So until Winnipeg picks up its transit, perhaps don't rely on transit for your transportation of your residents, and understand that Winnipeg is a car town. It's changing slowly, but not 17 properties worth. I think that's all I had to say. Hang on one sec.
Thanks very much for your presentation.
Where do I put this?
You're gonna fill it out first and then bring it to.
Okay, just to confirm, is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to this application? Seeing none, is there anyone who would like to speak for information on the application? At this time, we can go to questions for the administration.
Sure. One question I didn't ask before, I'll ask now, and have the opportunity for the applicant to respond. Three of them, actually. the sightlines. Sightlines, sorry.
It's okay, it's gone back and forth.
Sightlines. So this building is coming right close to Grant. The side yard, I can't recall what it was, but it's minor.
6, yeah.
6 feet. And the building is quite large in the corner. Yeah, again, I'll point out the McMillan was different because it had a big frontage, the big side yard, it was already a big boulevard there. So is there any concern by administration about that? The fact that people will be coming out the back, they're not gonna be able to, they're gonna have to edge in to get around, see around that building. Both, is that a problem for the administration or Public Works weighed in on that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I certainly understand the concern. The application was circulated and we didn't hear any concerns from Public Works on that matter. Yeah,
but fair enough. That's my question. The other one that we didn't talk about, and maybe you could say it came up, and unfortunately we're doing well now, unless you're a snowmobiler, the lack of the snow. They have, I don't see anywhere we're having.
Speaking personally.
I know, 1 year I want to have my snowmobile on. But how's snow removal going to work? Because it doesn't look like there's any place to store it because they have no side yards. Or maybe they do. Do you know that answer?
Yeah, well, I mean, again, the snow removal is unfortunately, to my opinion, not really something that is well spoken of in the Complete Communities 2.0 guidelines. So I understand the concerns around that. I guess in terms of some of the setbacks, the main policy that was allowing some flexibility there with respect to Complete Communities is policy 2.2 in mature communities, which states encourage the location of commercial or mixed use buildings at or near the front and corner side property lines to create a pedestrian orientation. So with respect to the mixed use portion of the building, that was a factor that was considered at planning in terms of the relationship between the commercial and the street. Snow removal aside, I understand the concerns.
I'll also just add to that they're required to make or store their snow on site, and if they can't, if there's not enough room for it, then they have to contract out and get it stored somewhere else. So they can't put it in the right of way, for example. And if that becomes an issue,
pile on the neighbor's fence or something like that. So
absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so it was brought up by the residents, so I wanted to bring it up. The other one is waste removal. That got brought up again, and I gotta admit, I missed that one. I should have. There's always an issue, especially in River Heights. What is presently the waste removal? Is it toters or is it a 5-yard bin? What is it?
As far as we have on the plans, there's four bins.
4 normal bins?
4 normal bins. Again, this was circulated to waste.
17. So for all that commercial and all the other properties, there's 4.
It's a garbage enclosure.
Right.
It should be
larger.
So it'll be a bin.
It's around about 7 units where the cutoff is between using individual units to the larger ones. So in this circumstance, it does look like smaller bins, but it's a garbage enclosure with full bins, and it's a commercial development as well that's included with it. So they'd be required to have that full the bins and then close it when it's not a garbage day or when they're not when residents aren't putting garbage in the enclosure.
Okay, so the what I'm hearing you say, correct me if I'm wrong, is that it will be enclosed. It won't be a big bin sitting there, open field.
Correct.
It'll be
Yes,
enclosed
it is.
and
It is
only during the time. However, how that, I don't know the details of that. I'm not sure how a front end loader can get in there. Like we got to curve in. I've had this problem with 7-Eleven on Niagara quite a bit. And the other thing people really don't like is when they pick up that bin, because it's a commercial bin, at 3 a.m. Because I tried to do a bylaw to change that, but that would fail. Okay, the last question I have, and they brought it up as well, and it's a fair question I never thought of. That's why we like these public hearings. Could they have the commercial right now? Could it be open 24/7? Does it have any, could it be a bar? Could it be any restrictions on use?
Yeah, that would defer back to the CRU or the RMU restrictions. So I mean, I could check the zoning bylaw in terms of permitted versus not permitted uses if that would be helpful.
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Okay. I will add too that restriction hours is something that could be thrown on a zoning agreement as well.
We could have done that maybe at the beginning if we had a proper consultation. We could have done it, but at this point, I don't like doing that too much.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, let's go through some common commercial uses.
Are there specific uses that, because we can go through the entire permitted use table?
Well, he
for
brought
RMU,
up,
are there
drinking
specific beyond
establishment.
that?
So, for example, a drinking establishment would be a conditional use. So if that was something that was applied for, that would
Maybe
go,
do that later
I
time.
would have to go through our office again, where the planner would have the discretion of
So
approving.
they're
or
gonna
not
come
approving.
back, you guys, I mean, the bureaucracy would decide if now allow conditional uses to stay within your field. Would they be able to appeal that though?
Yeah.
So if you said, yeah, part, great idea, administration, not you guys.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
then
that could be-
they'd have to be posted and the neighborhood would know if there is one of those uses but what about the other uses would all uses have to be conditional use?
So another one would be a restaurant, although the square footage in that unit is under 1,000, so I don't suspect that would be a use. But again, it is permitted with use-specific standards. So that's another case where if the proposal was coming forward and a use-specific standard was not met as a condition of that restaurant, then it would have to go through a similar conditional use application process. So
Well, I'm telling you, I have corner stores in my neck of the woods that are open 24/7.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah. And you're a different neighborhood than ours, but I understand it is too. Yeah. Okay. I mean, do you want to go ahead? I'll just trade my notes. Go ahead.
Maybe if it helps.
Go ahead.
So, you heard me ask you before, I think, the juxtaposition between, or the applicant, the juxtaposition between this application and those in Osborne. And can you talk to me about your discussion on page 12 where it says of the variance application portions, where it talks about encouraging contextually suitable location of multifamily buildings. But then it goes on to say, use setbacks, landscaping, courtyards for other amenities to support the pedestrian environment and that relationship to the street. So I can see the tiered effect. I can see no height variance here. It doesn't need one. It's 4 stories, right? That's allowed. I can see, so 45 feet, I can see balconies here. I can see that tiered effect on Brock, and there is many cases where we talk about the safety of, for instance, those buildings on Grant, which we would never allow again, right? And I think that's important public education knowledge. We would never allow them again on Grant. We're allowing them somewhat off of Taylor now, right? Not in the same way. So can you talk about your discussion on 2.3? Because I do think it's ironic, juxtaposed with the one that you are allowing some of the things you're allowing here. And you said no in my neighborhood. I'm still, full disclosure, thinking about because it was one of the ones that I think I forgot in the last hearing. You said no. So can you talk, and yet there was a precedent right across the street, with respect to the variance that you're saying yes to here, with respect to no planting, insufficient street edge landscaping. 2 thumbs up from the department. So that I do want to hear you talk a bit about that.
Yeah.
And the setbacks.
Yeah, so Dylan wants to chime in too, but in regards to the setbacks, the 45-degree angular plane, and I can't speak to some of the developments in your neighborhood. Obviously, the planning department, you certainly can. And obviously, the planning department does try our best to have a coherent stance on these different buildings. But I mean, contextually, neighborhood to neighborhood, things can differ. In regards to some of the setbacks and additions, this was an area where we did chime in to make some changes. We requested that notched front yard setback. In previous iterations, that was not as much the case. I also came in with an addition to add bike stalls at the front as another amenity for residents and commercial. And then the insufficient landscaping, the setback on Grant and Brock, specifically where the commercial use is at 6 and 5 feet, does not allow sufficient space for tree plantings. On Brock and Grant, the required number per zoning was 6. So we added a condition to add 6 trees to the north side yard where a variance was not requested in order to meet the insufficient landscaping variance. That was creativity on our part to try and make something work. Granted, I understand the concerns in regards to the insufficient landscaping, but the condition to add 6 trees on the north side yard was meant to, basically make that okay.
And then one more. Oh, yeah, you go ahead and I have one more question.
It's a really good point about the distinction between the Roslyn/Bryce application and this one. And I mean, I think the first point to recognize is that there is absolutely a subjective component to these to our positions on these, and they're sort of, we try and have a conversation among the different policies. So in this report here, 1.1 all the way through, and try and use that to triangulate a little bit as best we can. That said, there are often awkward components when you're trying to fit in or trying to satisfy all of the policies. And so in this context, commercial is encouraged here and supported here. Residential is also supported here. If the committee has a different position on the intensity, of course, that's have that conversation. But the administration's perspective was that if commercial and residential are both being encouraged by our policies here, then what are reasonable constraints to put on this, and at what point will it make meeting that policy impossible? And then the other component is with the Roslyn and Bryce one, is the scale is significantly higher. It's an 8-story building as opposed to a 4-story building, notched down to a 3-story building at one point here. And so if it was an urban mixed use corridor, or even the Sherbrooke one that we had done on several community committees ago.
Grant is a corridor.
Sorry?
Grant is a corridor.
It's not an urban mixed use corridor.
I see.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the point though. So on corridors, we'll look at significantly reduced setbacks, for example, or on arterials, potentially we'll also look at significantly reduced setbacks if you're trying to create that space. And again, aware of the size and the scale of the building. With this one, where it's a 4-story building, stepping down to 3 as it transitions into the single family component of the block, there was a willingness to reduce the yards a little bit.
Not little.
Yeah,
You
fair
called,
Fair enough.
like, in all fairness, you actually characterized in the previous hearing, it's huge, right?
It is.
And it is like between 125 and 400.
Mhm.
I think that's not, I think that's a good use of the term huge. But between 5 feet and 30 feet, this is huge too.
Fair enough, yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah. Yes.
I find this an interesting one. And then finally, the parking. 100% in an urban environment where we go 0 sometimes. Here, I mean, for folks that are unfamiliar with this, I mean, my colleagues, it's no secret, every single day, practically, I'm approving height, density, more, and commercial. Commercial mixed use is my favorite to do, especially on corridors. But on parking, I don't believe that proximity to a school and a building is incompatible in terms of safety. I just don't. Students in the Winnipeg School Division live in buildings too. And there's a lot going into the safety piece. But in terms of the ability to park when you live on an end cap, if you're a Brock resident that is here, or that aren't so many that aren't here, that parking is going to be eliminated like that due to visitors, local counselors, and more taking up the parking spaces. Your family will no longer be able to park in front of your house for Thanksgiving. This is the reality when you put commercial on an end cap of the street. And so what is, so here is 12 parking spaces instead of 22 spaces. That's still a really different percentage of math than we've seen in the previous hearings gone by. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, the main difference that affects this calculation is the car share vehicle. Without the car share vehicle, this parking proposal would not be supportable from public service. So the calculation I have on my end in the report was 17 residential units. It's times 0.8. We have a clause that's related to the access to transit, which brings it down to.
I seconded that motion with Matt Allard.
So was that? No, I don't know.
Sorry, the math. Oh, sorry.
Right, which brings it down to 14 stalls, and then we have 5, which zoning determined would be required for the commercial unit. Now, I respect the applicant's note earlier about the 1 stall in specific cases for CRU, but zoning in this case determined 5. I didn't question it. Regardless, that brings it up to 19 required parking stalls to achieve support from our division. So with the addition of the car share vehicle, that is equivalent to an additional 12 stalls in our policies, which brings a modified total of 24 stalls. So that's underlying why we were able to support it. Now, as per the 12 stalls being equivalent to a car share vehicle, I think that's probably more up for debate. And I recognize the context of this area, although it is a mature community, it's further outside of downtown than some other areas we deal with. So I certainly understand the tension from that perspective, but the car share vehicle is the main reason why the parking proposal or the variance is.
Just follow up on that.
Yeah.
It says if one is provided, the division is supportive.
Yeah.
Provided how?
So
Picking up one of the 12 stalls, meaning it would be 11 stalls plus the car share stall. Is that what you mean?
yes, that's correct.
13.
We're not gonna have anything from the gallery. Thanks.
Right.
And one dedicated parking star for the car share vehicle. So it is on page, so like, it's hard to know how to read number 4 point on page 7. Because then you can find it elsewhere. So am I understanding it is 12 minus car share?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
The service agreement shall include one car share vehicle.
Yeah.
And one dedicated parking stall for the car share vehicle. So is that 13 or is that 12?
So it would be 12. So you're correct. It would be taking away.
It would be 11.
So it would be 11. Correct.
I mean, it's up to the director of planning and property, but okay.
Yeah, and the car share stall was provided on the site plan, but we do not, to this date, have that agreement with said car share provider. So that was added as a condition. If that agreement is not provided, then we would not be supportive of the variance.
So, and do you intend, like, you need proof of purchase or proof with a car share company?
Yeah, it's basically.
Is that what you require?
Yes, yeah, it's basically an agreement in principle to provide the car share vehicle, and it would actually be an agreement with, in 99% of cases, Peg City Co-op to provide that car vehicle on site.
We also require, so there's the agreement in principle, and then we also require the executed service agreement prior to the issuance of development permits.
Right.
Assuming that if they had all the other approvals in place already and there was just that, the car share requirement.
The garbage, you're at the brink of the tipping point here? Or the tipping point between a garbage that has a plan and the enclosure with all of these random garbage bins in it? The enclosure of the garbage is mentioned twice, so it's hard to say what the plan here is.
Yeah, I mean, in regards to the garbage, the application was circulated to Waste. We didn't hear any feedback on the garbage layout, but it is closed, and the applicant, of course, does have the option to do private servicing as well. So in the case that Waste comes back for plan approval and says that this garbage layout is not supportable for city pickup, the applicant still does have at their discretion the ability to do private servicing. So with respect to policies, it's not necessarily a place where planning has that much leverage to adjust size if we haven't heard back from waste on that component. But I will remind people that plan approval is still a condition and would move forward with if this went through. So the waste is still something that could be modified.
Substantial conformance.
Right. Yeah.
Any other questions?
I got 1, 2, 3. So we don't have an arborist report, which I find unique. But we also, I haven't seen, unless I missed it, a shadow plan? That was done or not done?
No shadow plan.
Big building, big mass with no shadow plan. It's not like 2 4-plexes, it's a big block. We didn't do a shadow plan.
Typically, it kicks in around sort of the 5-story building and up is when we're going to require that's our standard operating practice. No, and I mean so this is located to the south of the residence, so there would be of course there'll be a shadow impact, but because it steps down a little bit, so it's got a 3-story. I don't want to mischaracterize
this. Terracing, but I think yeah. I got that, but again, it's usually regardless. It's a simple program. I see the developers use it. It's very simple to do on us, and it does relieve some anxiety in the neighborhood, which they probably would have asked for. But I have 2 more questions. So we've had applications come forward as RMU, and they come back as, oh, we don't want to do RMU anymore because we can't sell these basement units. So we now have we made everything, so we need a really big parking variance because we're just going to do straight residential. So they get the RMU, they get a discount on the parking already, correct?
Not for specifically RMU. There's no discount on parking in terms of the RMU portion. There has been some leverage on the yards in terms of the RMU, but parking, no.
So if I have RMU or RMF, they're the same parking requirements. Are you telling me?
Well, I guess with RMF, you're removing the commercial, so theoretically there would be less parking if it was just residential, yes.
So they would require, yeah, sure, they would have to require.
Right, if you remove the commercial and it was just the 17 units times 0.8, it would be 14.
Okay. So it'd actually lower the parking required without commercial.
True.
Okay, yeah. Okay, gotcha. So that's fine. The applicant mentioned it before as well, like, oh, well, the consultation or that kind of information will come at the plan approval stage. Can you tell me what that process is where residents can consult and have engagement with a plan approval stage?
That would be a better question for the applicant, but I will say the city always encourages public consultation. It's obviously not something that developers always move forward with.
I'm not that bad.
As part of the plan approval stage, the applicant, assuming that this application is permitted, which is still very much up for debate, but the applicant could either submit the plans as is, and that would move the plan approval forward, or if they were making modifications, then they would resubmit plans and that would go through our office. So if that's...
They did it as is, not just, so as is, the developer, again, I got what I got.
I mean, sorry, I'll just say if you're asking me in terms of the public consultation piece, I would say it should come before this. In most cases would be the expectation from the city. So...
Just to be clear as well, this has a condition requiring substantial conformance or plan approval. So plan approval is not
necessarily going to happen.
It would be up to the committee.
So there may be no, and a plan approval would come back to community committee in the future, or would that be delegated to the CA, the planner, the director? Well, we can ask it, but we've been talking, the applicant said, oh, we'll be that opportunity later to do that, but I don't think there is.
The recommendation is currently set up so that it would just be to the director. So that could be changed to make it to the...
And if we had a conversation, we probably would have made mention of that. But I'm the last minute here, so I do respect our processes. So once I saw the application, a number of questions, I can't speak to either the applicant or those residents at the time until we're here. And that's where you kind of get boxed into the corner a bit. Okay, so those are my questions. I'm done. Thank you.
All right, seeing no questions.
Okay, so now we can call forward the applicant to speak in rebuttal to comments made. Pedro Chagres, if you'd like to come forward, you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Please note no new information is permitted.
Thank you. I really welcome the debate, and I think it's part of this type of development in the city, the area we're working in. I do want to clarify that, a couple of things. The parking is covered, so there is no snow requirement to remove from the parking lot, so there doesn't require any snow removal from the parking element. So that's just a point of clarification. I do want to thank all the neighbors. I am a resident of River Heights, and I expected significant concern and debate, and I encourage it. And we're not a developer that doesn't encourage it. I think one thing I wanted to clarify is that the process did change. We have a clear variance and zoning process, and then we have a development permit process. Public consultation is still required as part of the development permit process, which is the design and aesthetics of the building, which is what we were going to conclude with after this hearing. Was once this hearing is held, then we have a public consultation to consult with the residents, the design of the building and the formation in compliance with the zoning agreements and variances. It's the framework that precedes the public meeting. So that I may have been erroneous on that, but this has been the process. Previously, we would have had the public consultation prior to zoning, variances, and development. But those processes have been split since 24. I think Dylan can confirm that. So we now have to apply for variances and zoning before development permit. We can't apply for development permit if we know we have variances and zoning. And so you could just apply for a zoning variant or a rezoning or a variance without having detailed design. We've proposed detailed design for consideration during the planning review, and we've modified and worked with the administration to suit that. And I think they've done a wonderful job in dealing and delegating those requirements and concerns to us from a technical perspective. So with all due respect to the administration, I think they processed the file based on the requirements. We now have to enter through the design development process, which is the next step. So I just wanted to clarify that. But I do appreciate everybody's comments. We're not here to ram anything down our throat. I live in River Heights for 35 years, and I'm a developer and an architect working in the area. In terms of public consultation, there was no intention on our part not to have it. Unfortunately, we didn't do it at the beginning as part of the zoning process, but that's the nebulous thing at that point, because you have to determine the fine-tuned details of the development to show the public. If zoning did not agree with the rezoning, then the project's dead. Why would we propose that, right? So public consultation has been done, and we plan to do it and address the concerns that the neighbors had.
Questions? Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, so at this time, we can move on to motions.
Okay, I'll take it away. Let the report when public service be taken as read.
All in favor? Aye.
Receipt of public notification be concluded.
All in favor? Motion carried.
But the recommendation that public service not be concurred in. That's it. And I'll support the reasons. First one is we know we've had some very contentious battles recently, and I've been on the other side of the coin a bit. Trying to have contextual build up of the neighborhood. Everyone will say here today that we all agree in infill housing. And again, it's like we all agree on a whole bunch of things, but again, it's those details. So yes, a fourplex. I thought that was a little too much. Lot splits a little bit better. Duplexes, townhouses. I had my areas where I thought we could be more contextually sensitive. But the infill guidelines also talk about contextually sensitive. This is not contextually sensitive. The amount of variances that's required, the massing is just too large. It's the amount of things that need to get done here. They have the right now, so that's the building. Bottom line, it's just too big for that corner. You may not want to be too concerned about the issues regarding William Moultrie School. I am. It's an incredibly difficult area. There is no parking allowed on Grant, and even drop off. Some of the things that parents are doing at drop offs are incredible because they can't find anywhere to park. Even drop their kid off on Brock and walk their kid over. They can't do that anymore, and this will definitely impact that. So that's a big problem. The lack of the shadow study, I know it doesn't mean a lot, but to me it does. The other one is the development. Yes, it will require some development permit, but that right now with our process, it does not have to be, will not be, if it's in keeping with what's being presented, would ever go back to the public for any consultation. Nice that the developer says that he would do it still, or he wouldn't. I have no idea. I have no control over that. I couldn't make adjustments, but again, I don't really like doing that at the last minute, and also because there's a few problems. So the developer did a really great job on the Corden property. I thought that would just be a very awkward, difficult thing. But he met with the neighborhood and they calmed everything down. Very different property. It lines straight onto Corden. It's a beautiful building, has restaurants below it, but really it's a different building. For example, they have parking up front. They're not going to have parking on Grant. They're not going to have any parking on Brock. So it's a little, to say one is equal, to me that argument is the reason why I have troubles with as of right, because every property is contextually different. However, that debate is over, and I accept the fact that we are moving on with 4 and 4, but this is going from 4 to 4, which is 8, to a larger mass building. They may say, well, it's 4 here, 3 there. The massing is quite large, and in our housing accelerator fund, the 4 and 4, we have parameters about front yard setbacks, side yards. We've spent a lot of time and we dug hard, Councillor Mays and I and a few of us, even my colleagues here. There is some conceptual things that we have to keep in account. Mature infill guidelines, same thing. The 25-foot setback, yeah, because in NCAP we may go a little bit more. This is a lot. So the variances, which we'll get into a little bit, but they are all in one. So when people say, well, it's just a zoning thing. Well, if you're going to say it's just an RMU zone and that's all we really need to worry about today, well, I'm not on board with that. There are developers and people that believe that. I just zone the property, not everything else, and we'll get to everything else later. No, I need to know before I zone it because we can't take zoning back. So and the applicant also, the fact that they didn't consult ahead of time, whatever reasons why they wanted and didn't do, they knew that this neighborhood would have a really hard time with the application. And to say the rezoning is just, it's a first step, and the second step that may or may not happen by any consultation. I was actually shocked because I know that the developer is very good at doing that stuff, and he would have really calmed down some of the issues and maybe with some hope changed the design a bit. But he never gave the opportunity for the neighbor to even have that input. And now we're hearing that the developer believes that it'll come back for a development permit and that'll be public. It's not. We delegated that most responsibility to the department. Again, that's one of our things we're doing. Not too supportive of it, but that's what's happening. I'm just one vote. I'm okay with that. I'll do my best when I'm here. Parking is a madhouse there already. I don't see this working for me at all. If you have a restaurant or something, or not even a restaurant, like McDonald's is a restaurant, and it's a drive-through. So you could maybe just have like by Mona Lisa, they have the Stella's thing. A lot of traffic. A lot of traffic ends up at that little Stella's bakery. It's a nice little spot. There's a lot of traffic, but they park on Corden. They can do that. Here they can't do that. So I am very worried about the sight lines. I just see that's going to make it really, especially with the school growing as it's going to grow, it's going to cause a real big safety issue there. So while I appreciate what the developer is saying, I don't fully buy into all the things you do, nor to be honest with you, I don't buy into all the neighborhood things that everybody else is saying too. You know, the back lane is the back lane. It's terrible, I know. But again, we can't take it. So again, but overall, it's scale, very too large. They have the right to do 4 and 4. There are some significant, the location is by that school, those safety lines. I know other schools have the same thing, but we're asking to move forward. So I believe there are development opportunities for these properties, but this is just too much. And there was no consultation. So I'm going to put those 2 down as my major reasons. And if they want to come back with a 4 and 4, again, you have it as right. The neighborhood don't have any say on that one. But again, that's their right to do that. This is asking, and that's what the whole process is. They're asking us for extra to do this stuff, the variance and stuff. So they're asking, and I respectfully say no.
Okay, Councillor Rollins, you have a comment?
Yes. So I it's hard to let this go when there's 6 units, 1-bedroom units, 800 square feet, and 2-bedroom units, you know, at over 1,000, which I think is really nice. And for core housing need, it addresses that. There will be people who retire, move right there, and can stay right on Brock, can stay right in their own neighborhood and enjoy that. I also think that the 4 stories is and this stepping and the collaborative process of the department did is chef's kiss beautiful. I think that is what you want to see in terms of being able to see off Brock. I think there is a safety rationale that they also paid attention to have it front facing Brock versus Grant. And I think many of the residents kind of made they had a 180 reason perhaps of making the argument that is different from mine, but they sort of made it when they said that there's stuff going up on Taylor, there's stuff going up. And while that's true, holy cow, we have a council seminar, I think, that will drive home that more is needed. And it's needed on this scale. So there's a lot to say, but what I would have liked to hear, and we didn't hear in a rebuttal, is that this is, 2 bungalows, RM, R1 neighborhood zoning, right? Currently rezoned to an RMU. And an RMU has a 25-foot set, backyard that is required. And we've now gone to 5, so even for an RMU that it requires, variances because of the massing, to Councillor Oliko's point. And so I would have liked to hear in rebuttal, and there was an opportunity, about garbages, about setbacks, about the massing, about the insufficient street ledge landscaping. I think there was a lot of ability in this hearing to hear and learn more from the applicant, who did not rebut those points. And I was interested in hearing that. I also, with respect to the parking, I don't think I agree with this parking plan. Not for the safety reasons, but in part the pathway and the route reasons, which, for some may amount to safety. And again, there was no rebuttal there. While taking together, on the whole, these are applications I would generally like to support. I have some unanswered questions, and to which I did not get answers today in a rebuttal. So for those reasons, I'll be supporting Councillor Oliko's motion because I don't want to throw another one.
Did you have another comment you wanted out?
Just significant opposition. I didn't mention that.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Okay. So those are the supporting comments. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion is carried. And moving on.
Right. The hearing, the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion is carried.
Please note that the committee has made a recommendation on this matter that will now proceed to council. No further representations are permitted on the subdivision rezoning. All persons registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered by council.
Now on to the hearing.
Oops. I just did the, oh, sorry, I just lost it. Oh, there it is. No, I just lost it.
Here.
Do you want me to get it?
Yeah, push up. No, you got it here. Yeah, thanks. It'll be here.
Okay.
In accordance with subsection 2473, the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All in favor? Aye. Carried.
Receipt of public relations be concluded.
Aye. Carried.
That according to subsection 2473, the City of Wayne Charter, the variance is not consistent with Plan Winnipeg and the applicant's second plan. B does create substantial adverse effect on the mixed use safety convenience of adjoining property and area in which the area is separated from the property by a street or a waterway. C is not And then modification noted zoning bylaw to relieve the interest effect on the zoning bylaw of the applicant property. And D is not compatible with the area in which property is to be effectively situated.
And supporting reason?
Same as.
Same. Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Then I'm done now. For this one is,
Reject the variance.
but yeah, for the variance be, rejected.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
And then the public hearings respects the application be concluded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yep. And move to adjourn.
Please note that the committee's decision with
Yeah, what
respect to this
do you do now?
application may be appealed. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included in the order issued, which will be mailed to all persons registered.
We take 2 minutes to get the motions in order.
Oh,
Because
yeah,
I'm
the
sure,
motions?
I'm sure Mr. Harris would appreciate 2 minutes to get the motions in order.
I do have them in front of me.
Oh, okay, let
If the committee is ready to go.
Mr. Harris, you just read them.
Okay, so if we could start with a suspension of the rules for these four new business.
Talk about all of them. Yeah, go ahead.
Four new business items.
Or she's been busy sending me those paper.
Carried.
It's surprising to me.
Oh.
It's even surprising to me. Some of them are duplicative.
I know.
Aren't they?
I was curious
There's
to say
two
if you
that-
wanted to do.
There's one that I might pull for, I think, the last one, but let's read them into the record.
Well, let's do these one at a time. Do you want the whereases or just the resolves?
Resolve.
Just
The where, the results.
Resolves,
Yeah.
So the first one is a recommendation to the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works, and that's that the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to prepare a report on the feasibility, benefits, and implications of establishing parking benefit districts in Winnipeg's urban core and other eligible areas, including potential models for local revenue reinvestment, and that the report also outlines options for a structured interval-based parking rate review process, including criteria for when rates would increase, decrease, or be replaced with time-limited parking, consistent with the Winnipeg Parking Authority's commitment to predictable and non-surge pricing set for development in 2028, and that this report be coordinated with and brought forward concurrently with the upcoming parking strategy for council's consideration.
The question on procedure on my own motion, and for discussion with City Center, there is an argument to put forward it here, but there's also an argument to put it forward at council where the report is coming forward this month, I believe. Mr. Harris.
Just to confirm, if we're referring to the parking and
Yeah,
mobility strategy,
Yes.
this one would be going to the next Public Works meeting, which would go to the council meeting on December 18th.
So it'd be out of sequence.
So it would be out of sequence.
Yeah,
We
so
have to
which
put
is
this
why we
on.
would have to put it as an amending motion. The other thing though is that this motion, but this motion does point to the 2028 process, barring any unforeseen changes that has happened along the way. So the question for the clerks is, could one do both? Because while it would go to the next meeting, it concerns what is in the public service report as not coming forward till 2028. There's been a lot of talk in the media that is interested in rates and surge pricing versus what's in the public service report that does not have surge pricing and has been very clear rates are, something that they're considering only in 2028 versus, some of the political statements that have said, let's just look at Osborne Village next as the opportunity for revenue. So this would get some benefits developed concurrently, but what's your thoughts? Because I can do both or.
One thing I could say would be that if we were to remove the last line, that this report be coordinated with and brought forward concurrently with the upcoming parking strategy, then it would be a more simple report back on this. To do it concurrently, it would miss the timelines. That may be something more suited to bringing forward at council.
I mean, we can do both. I think that it's like 3 knocks on the door that Public Works requires these days. So I'm inclined to do both, but I'm happy to withdraw it and consider if you'll sign it at council. That might be an option.
Just
as an amending motion. Okay, we'll withdraw that one. Next one.
Okay, withdrawn. Our next item of new business is the maintaining momentum on downtown funding in the 2026 budget. Another recommendation to Executive Policy Committee. That would be that the public service be direct $2 million in the 2026 operating and or capital budget toward advancing council-approved center plan action plan priorities to continue growing the city of Winnipeg up and not out. Be it further resolved that the public service report back as part of the 2026 budget process on the specific initiatives to be funded through this allocation and how they will maintain momentum toward the full implementation of center plan in 2027.
Yeah, as this committee knows, it looks like Center Plan has been working, but we need to maintain momentum. And whether it is the parking and mobility strategy that omitted a lot of the stakeholders in the downtown's advice and West End and in exchange districts advice to look at benefits, Center Plan, the investment roadmap for the downtown, was just spirited off to 2027 with 2025 action plans very much still in play and 2026 not funded. We need to maintain that momentum. And it was pointed out by Councillor Duncan in a recent meeting of the greening of the downtown that perhaps the original price of 10 million that was on the table from property and development was too high and that 2 million would be more suitable. So here's the motion. Let's go and let's maintain that momentum on Center Plan.
Good. Okay, is that one we're okay with? So
moved.
Okay, all in favor, motion is carried.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Okay, the next one is the governance budget item. Do we want to move both of these separately or consolidate them? Those were the two that you said were kind of in concert.
No, you won't do them separately.
We'll do them separately?
So we can kill one or kill two, but
Yeah.
go to one, they just have to kill one.
Let's,
So do, yeah. so
yes,
do
let's
two.
read the result.
Okay. So therefore be resolved that the governance committee with support from the city clerk's auditor and public service provide council with formal recommendations on a compliant and transparent governance structure for the development of the municipal budget for the 2026 and beyond. Two, that this recommendation include options and best practices for ensuring meaningful participation by all councillors, clear alignment with the City of Winnipeg Charter, appropriate documentation, reporting and public transparency, and accountability mechanisms suitable for major capital and operating budgets. That the recommendation be delivered to council no later than December 2026, so it can inform the completion of budget 2026. And that no ad hoc or informal budget groups be utilized in the formation of budget 2026 pending the adoption of a proper governance framework. That would be an item for executive policy committee.
And then read the next resolve and I'll introduce them both at the same time.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Just gonna scroll down here. So this would be to direct the public service to implement the following measures prior to the 2026 budget vote on transparency and governance requirements, forming part of council's expectations for all future budgets, beginning with budget 2026, move towards the following actions for proactive disclosure, fair participation and accountability. Ensure realistic revenues and public risk disclosure, present only legally authorized, measurable, and collectible revenues in the budget. Create and publish a public plain language top 10 budget and fiscal risks report at the time of the budget release, including mitigation plans, for instance, regarding inflated property and development revenues. Provide plain language service impact statements and affordability protections. Include service impact statements for all major changes in departmental budgets, expand accessibility to utility, affordability, and support programs, restore and demonstrate how predictable and transparent community grant and funding programs have been, including identifying which not-for-profit organizations were more likely to lack predictable budgeting, demonstrate in writing how the 2 FTEs in the budget will alleviate the current 3-hour-long wait times and prioritize filling critical FTE vacancies, ideally before implementing the utility rate increases. Report transparently on reserves and utility dividends. Provide clear plain language explanations of all reserve balances, draws, and purposes. Publish a transparent account of utility dividends, including how they're used and whether their uses align with the intended purposes of the utility. And ensure that no new obligations or reserves are created using reserve or dividend funds unless they clearly align with the established mandate of those funds.
Thank you. So I'm in support of both these motions and I'll tell you why. You know, Councillor Mays and Councillor Orlico and I are one of 5, like 33% of council that never participated this term on a budget working group. That's important corporate knowledge given senior counselors like Counselor Oracle, in terms of tenure and not necessarily age, I'm saying maturity, but tenure and Counselor Mays, and it's also a real different starting place that we were at the beginning of term, where there was this sense that we would all be taking turns. And that just didn't happen. Flash forward to the last 2 fiscal years, where there is Counselor Duncan, Counselor Allard, that is on something called the Budget Savings Group that we learned meets throughout the year. And I've not received, and neither has any council member, one email from this group. More concerning, the CFO is meeting with them, with the team, to do what I don't know. Some of that they had meetings was revealed by the CFO, but that CFO is a statutory officer that reports to all of the council. So we typically in the charter think of the budget working group being executive policy committee insofar as they are required by the charter, on the one hand, to present a budget to council. That is the requirement. But this other group, we do not have a governance standing policy for. Maybe the clerks can weigh in. We don't have sort of a governance frame around that. And instead, we're told by the CFO's office that they're meeting with them throughout the year. And it's this budget savings group. So what savings have they produced? Don't know. Now, there's also overstated revenues here, in my opinion, based on the last 5 years that we're looking at operating money from the planning and development revenues. They're overly optimistic given what we've taken in, and given staff turnover, given the contract positions that don't have a pathway to permanency. We're only putting in another 10 here of the 77. That means that we're going to have, there's ongoing sectoral recovery challenges, and we have limited FTEs within the Department of Property and Development to address them. Again, they're more quickly leaving because we can only provide those contracted workers, 10 of them this year, maybe, a full-time equivalency employment. So we're losing them as fast as we get them. And then training and losing contract staff, that's a structural problem that hasn't been addressed. So that, coupled with, the sector recovery training, how is it possible that we're going to get that kind of revenue that we've said? And don't forget, last year there was a press release from the finance chair saying we didn't get the revenue we anticipated. Why? I don't know why that was a press release, because everybody in the sector was trying to survive till 2025. That's this year. They've perhaps survived, but the revenue isn't going to skyrocket the way that that has. So, and then finally, there's the governance requirements with respect to beyond the budget savings group and the 3 counselors appointed without public disclosure and outside counsel's normative governance framework, and the ones that were brought in by Mayor Gillingham, who said everybody, was kind of going to take a turn here. 5 words were excluded entirely, and the the CFO has this net new working group with 3 counselors to which we have no information. So that's one thing. The utility in plain language is another. The lack of utility disclosure, you all know, that meant I wasn't going to support the budget with the rate of taxation that we had. But the residents now experiencing 45 minutes to 3-hour wait times just to pay their utility bills, that this budget again makes them go up, not to the same extent they went up last year, but they're trying to pay the 2025 bills. There's 2 FTEs for that call center in this budget. And I don't know if you know whether or not that's going to reduce it from a 3-hour to a 2-hour wait time, 2-hour to a 40-minute wait time. What is the impact of those 2 FTEs? Why 2 FTEs? I want to know before the utilities go up for water and the $45 that 2026 budget proposes. So, and the auditor warned us that council had not been adequately briefed on NUPIC, for instance, that infrastructure governance required comprehensive reform. I believe that report's ready. Administrative and council are interested in, that fit for purpose reporting that we were told we weren't getting. And so why don't you release that with budget 2026, right? This is some of the plain language budget governance that I think has deteriorated a bit this term. Year 1 and 2 commitments on collaboration didn't manifest. And then you take that together with a multi-year tax rate that rose from 3.5 to 5.95%. You have a radical shift in budget 2025 that we're still dealing with in budget 2026, despite the fact that we're going back to 3.5%. So these are 2 motions that get to some of the lack of utility disclosure and is built on the lessons from 2025 governance failures that still shape 2026. And some of those, I think, given the motions that you presented, Councillor Gilroy, with respect to the community groups that got cut here, Gail Parvin Hammersquist Fund is getting cut. This is really critical for our wards. Yeah. Those grants are getting cut. MTYP is getting cut, 27,000, right? Something that they've had year over year since that place has been built. And so there's more that are being cut. There's also not a lot of disclosure on the CAO and what he has planned for the 500,000 in grants that he's got as a lump sum budget item when, the encampment strategy is underneath him. There are good things in this budget. Yep. And that, I'm happy to mention too, but it's important given the short timeframes that we put some structured motions up. And so there's 3 or 4 of them.
Right, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion's carried.
Okay. Motion to adjourn?
That was on the bus for both, just as clarification.
Yes.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then mine are on there, guys.
We have done yours.
We did yours earlier, but
Good.
yeah.
Okay.
Want to do it again?
So do
Could you do it again?
motion to adjourn.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, good.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.